Folks, I don't know if you can hear very well. Could you hear that, what was actually being said? All right, isn't it good? Is that as loud as it'll go? We can get another mic from another courtroom and plug into, I'm told.
Yesterday it was too loud and today it was...
Pretty faint. I'd like to make sure it's audible.
Yeah, we're late.
Let's go ahead and see if we can round one up. Wireless line.
I thought Jennifer was still using it.
Do you want to use this speaker?
Up to the scene, so. Yeah.
Anybody here ever had problems getting your TV to work at home using the remote? It was a very familiar feeling when I saw Mr. Etheridge pointing that thing at the television and not getting a response.
They have one of the deputies helping. They can't figure out how to get the audio. Look. I can't. Oh man, it's gonna be hard to hear. Okay, here we go.
Hello?
You're handling criticism well. You're handling criticism well. What I do?
I think the county needs to hire Miles, besides as a deputy, also the IT person for the courthouse.
And paying for that too.
When Ms. Fry's not here, house instead too.
Did I accidentally do that?
Thank you. I think we have it fixed. Keeping me away from all of the electronics, I think they have it fixed, so we're going to go ahead and try this again.
Okay, Mr. Etheridge, if you would begin with track 1, please.
See how back glass now.
Hey, do you have a phone charger in here?
I sure do.
Will you hook my phone up? Just let it charge? What the hell is that? Hello? Yeah, we're leaving right now, carrying it back out to the scene, so. Yeah. So, yeah, he's gonna go out there and lead us to it. All right. Bye. And we'll take it off here. We'll ring it back on.
Look it up now.
Because that thing's about at 0.
All right, it's charging now.
Thank you.
Is this too much heat? Is it too warm? Or are you comfortable, Joe? Or?
Yeah.
No, I understand. I understand. I didn't know if it was too hot or too cold. Dickson Central Car 16.
All right, freaking Joe in.
Be escort one male from PD back out to Tennessee City scene 41389.
I don't want to see him. Just get as close, okay? Got it, man.
We ain't gonna do that to you, Joe, okay? Okay.
I didn't want this to happen. My dad's gonna kill me. No, we won't allow that to happen. He's gonna kill me. He's gonna kill me.
We ain't gonna let nobody hurt you, Joe, okay?
Yeah.
He's gonna kill me.
No, he won't. Take some deep breaths, Joe. Okay? We're not gonna let nobody get to you.
Oh, me too, Pearl. It pisses me off to no end. Big bitch is what he is.
I want all the donations. Do what, buddy? I want donations for funeral. Okay. You just want him to be happy. Oh, yeah. Just want him to be happy. Go like this. Do what? Just want him to be happy. Who? Joe. He is. He's in heaven. He ain't got a care in this world. He's sitting at the right hand of the Creator. Basking in the glory of his awesomeness.
Detective, just briefly, in track one, do you remember some of the things from after listening that the defendant stated?
Yes. He was saying that he didn't want this to happen, that he wanted all the donations to go to his funeral.
Did he say he wanted Joe Clyde to be happy?
Yes, he wanted Joe Clyde to be happy.
Did he say, I don't want to see him?
Was that in this clip?
I'm asking, I thought I heard that, but I'm asking you.
He may have. I didn't hear it.
Okay, that's fine. And track two, which begins at 48 minutes and 40 seconds.
Just want to tell my wife I'm sorry.
Okay, and what did the defendant say?
I just want to tell my wife I'm sorry.
All right. And track three, which begins at 1 hour, 13 minutes and 20 seconds.
What you scared of? What are you scared of? Why do you say that? Why do you say that? Why do you believe that? Just scared. That's a natural reaction. this.
God almighty.
I know where they took me yesterday to the advocacy center. Yeah. And they brought back in Alex. I was wondering, at that point, I was like, what's he going to tell him, What's he going to tell him? Mm-hmm. Wow, what did he know? I guess he saw everything. Really? He saw it all? I guess he saw everything. Did he tell you that? No. Well, why do you think he saw it all? They were out when I was in there being interrogated and stuff. Mm-hmm. I kind of had that feeling that he talked to them. Yeah, I already knew. Yeah. Well, I can't tell you if he did or didn't. Right? You don't know. Yeah, I wasn't there. I'm scared. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what they're going to do, what they're going to say. What who's going to do? What who's going to say?
Was we coming through the Bluetooth?
No.
Okay.
I'm sorry I got interrupted. Yeah, that's fine. Who are you worried about?
Hey Joe, did you ever walking uphill or downhill, or was it just flat or level? Or
I went up down some hills. There's also a tree line I think that's back there.
Okay.
I think it may have they're like kind of moving the rest.
No, it's okay. So did you go into the tree line?
No, he told sheriff no.
Oh, okay. So before the tree line?
Yeah, I think,
okay.
yeah, and they covered him with some grass.
Covered him with some grass. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Just hang tight. It's okay.
Why did I do this? I wish I could tell you.
Joe, do you ever walking through any short grass, like maybe a field that had been cut or bush hogged or anything?
Yeah, there was some areas that were not like grown, like it was kind of like someone shaved it.
Okay, but it was just like in sections, you said?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
What'd you say? I'll have my day. One day. We all do. We all do. Yeah. Alex is a good boy. Who? Alex. Yeah. He's a good boy. He doesn't lie. He tells the truth. That's always admirable. We taught him not to, not to lie to anybody. Tell the truth. And that's good. He's 8, right? Yeah. When's he turn 9? November. Yeah. Okay. Guess he won't be my stepson no more. No, he always will be. I got a stepfather that's, my mother died 12 years ago, and he's remarried 2 or 3 times, but he's the man of right.
Detective, at 1 hour, 17 minutes, and 30 seconds, did you hear the defendant say Alex is a good boy?
Yes.
He isn't a liar?
Yes.
He tells the truth?
Yes.
We taught him not to lie to anybody?
Yes.
I guess he won't be my stepson anymore.
Yes.
Track 4.
I went back again to Sky Madison because I attempted suicide. Had you attempted? Tried to strangle myself. Tried to strangle yourself? With what? Belt. Did you hang it somewhere, or was it just you just trying to do it manually? Manually. Did you pass out? Almost. My wife had to take the belt off my. She almost had it off. Yeah.
Track 5.
Yeah, there's a tree line that's on the right that I saw back and remember. And there was a field on the left. Okay. When you were facing her doing what? On this part, no, it was not on this road. There's a road up there, that road that's going. It's just like, there's a tree line on the right, and then there's a field on the left when I was looking. And I was walking through some grass. And put up in the field. buried them and I found a piece of grass over them.
Okay, Detective, at the end of track 5, 2 hours, 19 minutes, and 50 seconds, what did the defendant say he did?
He said he put him in the field, I buried him, and I put some grass over him.
All right. Track 7. I'm sorry, track 6.
Well, field dog, put some grass over it too, so, and I don't remember. What kind of grass, like this? Yeah, like that stuff. Yeah, so
Okay. I really can't understand that. What are y'all discussing there?
And I couldn't hear it about where he put him.
Okay. What was the background noise? Do you remember?
That was the UTV that the sheriff
Okay.
put him on.
Track 7.
It's very, very vague, but he has grass covered over next to either a tree or.
What's he say there?
He has grass covering over him. I think he said he's next to a tree.
Okay. Track 8.
But he is in that field. I know it's a big field, but he's in that field.
And what does he say there?
He's in that field. I know it's a big field, but he's in that field.
Okay. And track 9.
I really want to thank you guys for everything.
What does the defendant tell you then?
I really want to thank you guys for everything.
I really want to thank you guys for everything. All right. Track 10.
I've had a bunch of jobs. No, it's not that. Yeah. One of them sort of did, but, you know, basically, one did sort of pan, one job didn't pan out, but it was due to just the way the company was heading and the way the client was heading. It was just time to leave that place. So I quit one place because I kept on having problems with vertigo, and so I quit that place. And worked on Lebanon for a while, and did some helping, help the Dickson Police Department fix certain systems and stuff like that. So I know a little bit about songs and.
Detective, did the defendant say I helped the Dickson Police Department fix their systems?
Yes.
But do you know what that means?
He was referring to their computer systems. The WinSoms is the records management system that we use and that the Dickson Police Department uses.
So the Dickson Police Department, Dickson County Sheriff's Office uses a case management system called WinSoms. And through your investigation, did you learn that the defendant works in the field of information systems and computer technology?
Yes.
Did you know that he had worked for a company that contracted with the Dickson Police Department?
At that time, no. That was the first I was hearing of it at that time.
But since then, you've learned
Yes.
that he did, and that's what the defendant was referring to?
Yes.
Okay. Track 11.
I'm pretty sure I'm going to be confronted my whole life. That's going to be hard. My dad, my stepmom. My Aunt Joyce. Hello.
What does the defendant say?
He said, I'm pretty sure we're going to have to confront, like he says, people, or my mom. Then he lists everybody, my mom, my stepmom, my dad, Aunt Joyce, Alex, Noah.
Okay. And track 12.
I'm going to have to confront a lot of people.
What's he say there?
I'm going to have to confront a lot of people.
Okay. And then the final track 13, which is at 3 hours, 49 minutes, and 25 seconds.
I know they interviewed Alex, and I'm pretty sure he told him everything.
What's he say there?
I know they interviewed Alex, and I'm pretty sure he told them everything.
He references Alex and Alex seeing and telling all a couple of times in these tracks.
Yes, sir.
And I want to go back just briefly to track 1. Do you remember what the defendant said about his father?
My dad's going to kill me.
Yeah. Okay. How many times did he say that?
Twice, I believe. I'm pretty sure twice.
Did he appear to you to be genuine in the fear that his father was going to be angry?
Yes.
Now, let me go back to these series of clips occurred after the interview at the police department and throughout the night as he's helping locate the body. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you recorded approximately 5 hours, which we have not played, but from that recording, we've taken 13 audio clips. Is that
Yes, sir.
correct? And we've now listened to those audio clips?
Yes, sir.
And I will move those audio clips into the next exhibit.
173.
Yes, sir.
Were you at the Daniel residence, the residence of the defendant, on April the 5th of 2018?
Yes, I was on the scene.
Yeah. You were there pretty much every day.
Yes, sir.
And I'm specifically asking about the arrival of additional family members. Do you know when the defendant's mother, Ms. Collins, arrived on scene?
It was approximately 2:30, 3 o'clock
On what day?
on the 5th.
On the 5th. So she wasn't there on April 4th.
No,
She came into town on April 5th.
yes.
And do you know what state she arrived from?
I was in the house with Joseph at that time when I seen the car pulling in the driveway, and I asked him, "Who's this pulling in here?" And he said, "That's my mother," and I think he said her brother who drove her down here from Arkansas.
From Arkansas?
Yes.
All right. If I could have 1 second. Last couple of issues, Detective, and I want to keep the dates in order as we can.
Okay.
April 4th, you're initially there. The evening of April 4th, at about 8:30, is when you conduct the interview along with Agent Kennard. That interview lasts several hours. April the 5th, you testified that the defendant's mother arrived on scene. Did you get a phone call sometime on April the 5th, 2018, from the defendant?
Yes.
And what did he tell you?
That he had went to the intersection of Harris Road. They told me around 3 o'clock in the morning he'd went to Love's to buy gas and cigarettes, and that he got out of the car at the intersection of Harris and Garner's Creek to look around for Joe Clyde.
Okay, and let's make sure we're all on the same time page. Your interview, you and Agent Kennard interview him on April the 4th, starting at 8:30, thereabouts.
We left that house around 1:20 a.m.
Okay, around 1:20 a.m.
on the 5th.
And the defendant called you and said that at around what time?
He called me on the 5th at right at 8 p.m. and asked me or said he went to the Love's at 3 o'clock that morning to get gas and cigarettes, and then he got out of the car at the intersection of Harris and Garner's Creek to look for Joe Clyde.
Okay, so that means that after you and Agent Kennard left the residence at about 3 o'clock in the morning, the defendant left his residence, according to him, and went to Love's.
Yes.
All right, I'll pass the witness.
Cross-examine.
Your Honor, may I see Exhibit 162? I believe it's the transcript of the interrogation of Mr.
Exhibit
Daniels.
E. EXHIBITY.
Mr. Daniel, you testified earlier that you were involved in this investigation from the very beginning, and that's correct, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
You were an integral part of the investigation into this disappearance for the Dickson County Sheriff's Office.
Yes, sir.
Wouldn't you say?
Yes, sir.
You arrived early, and you worked many, many hours.
Yes, sir.
You pretty much investigated everything.
Well, I can't say everything, but I was involved a lot.
Okay. And you were there on the date that April the 6th, that Mr. Daniels was interrogated by the TBI.
Yes, sir.
And he was interrogated by Agent Boyd and Agent Faulkner, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you stood outside the door and you listened to that interrogation.
For a period of time, not the whole time.
But you heard a good part of that interrogation, didn't you?
I remember hearing two things.
May I approach her? This is the transcript of the interrogation.
Okay.
You please read beginning at line 1 and ending at line 10. Page, what page is that?
107. Who is speaking there?
That is,
Joe Daniels?
Yes, sir.
Okay. About, you may read it out loud?
Yes, sir.
Okay. About 9 o'clock that night, because my goal was to be in bed at 10, I get up at 5:30 and get him on the bus at 6:25, 6 o'clock, something like that. 11:32, I believe, 11:30, 11:32, somewhere between 11:30 and 11:40, I got woke up by Alex. Alex told me that JoJo had peed on the floor. I went in there and I told Alex, I told Alex, don't worry about this, we'll just put him back. Agent Boyd, see, those weren't the words that you used. That's not what you told Alex.
Right. That was the first time that Agent Boyd told Mr. Daniels that he believed Alex, Mr. Boyd believed Alex had heard something or saw something. Correct?
I mean, if you say so, I guess.
He says if you say so.
Like I said, I remember hearing two things.
What's up, Melmo?
Did he let him out of the house?
I haven't asked you about those two things.
Okay.
Melmo, I've been sick off Chinese food for 2 days.
Sorry, did you say you did not hear what you were just reading? You had not heard that?
No, I didn't hear what I just read.
And Judge, I'm going to object simply because Detective Daniels testified he only heard two things that happened inside that interview. How can he testify to anything he didn't hear?
It would appear to me that he cannot be questioned about a transcript of an audio that he didn't hear anything about it. That's why I was wanting to clarify that. I thought I understood correctly. You can ask him about the two things he heard, if you like. Sustain the objection.
I love you, Mama. I love you, puppy.
How far from 1112 Garners Creek Road is it to the intersection, if you're going south on Garners Creek Road, how far is it to the intersection of Old Garners Creek Road?
7 miles, approximate. Oh, excuse me. You're talking about the intersection of Old Garner Creek and Garner Creek?
Yes.
Maybe a quarter mile? From his house to Old Garner Creek?
Approximately a quarter mile, you believe?
I would think.
That Garners Creek Road goes from 70 down to Harris Road over to Highway 48, is that right? And then over to 48 goes down to or Interstate 40.
48, yeah.
Yes.
It crosses 40, yes.
And folks who are going to Nashville to and from oftentimes use that as a shortcut to get over to Highway 40, don't they?
Yes.
So that's a fairly heavily trafficked road, isn't it?
Garner Creek?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And Harris Road is also, wouldn't you say?
I would guess. I don't live there on the roads. But I'd say people use it.
And also 48 would be fairly heavily trafficked.
Yes.
And so people use that as a cut through to avoid going through Dickson to get to Nashville.
I would too.
Yeah, you're the third person to say that, Melmo. I'll do that today.
Now, you said earlier that you arrived there at around 8:20 to 8:25.
Yes, sir.
And Detective Gafford directed you to re-interview the family.
It's Captain Gafford. He was patrol captain at the time.
Okay. And Mr. Daniels was not there.
No, sir.
And based on what you understood from your investigation that morning, he was out looking for his son, wasn't he?
That's what I was told at that time.
And it would not be surprising, or it was not surprising to you that this man was out looking for his son, was it?
Not at that time.
I mean, that's what someone would do if their child were missing.
Correct.
In fact, it would be suspicious if someone wasn't out looking for their child, wouldn't it?
I mean, possibly so.
Now, after he arrived home and these interrogations began, now he had already been interrogated though, hadn't he? Or
When?
questioned
When?
when the people arrived initially. The law enforcement, I'm sorry, when they arrived initially.
They got there because they called them there, that their son was missing, so they, was taking a report.
So he had told the story then, initially.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then he told the story to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then he told the story to TBI Agent Kennard.
Yes, sir.
And he told the story to many people, many law enforcement officers during that period, didn't he?
I mean, I know about those three.
Okay. Anyone else?
I mean, he talked to, I guess, Detective Lovell and Detective McCartney.
All right. And they took him on a ride, and they questioned him on that ride, didn't they?
I mean, I believe so.
So he told them the story also.
Yes, sir.
And there were some, as you said earlier, minor inconsistencies in his stories.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
That's not unusual, is it?
Not terribly. Just,
I mean, when you're testifying as a witness, sometimes you don't remember things,
correct.
right? And you have to have your memory refreshed.
Correct.
So people don't remember everything the first time, do they?
Some, not always.
Now, was it you who told Mr. Daniels and the rest of his family to stay there at the house and not to search for Joe Daniels?
I don't believe so.
Who told them that?
I do not know.
Someone did, though, didn't they?
I believe it was. I believe somebody did.
All right, so Mr. Daniels had been instructed. Oh, wait a minute. What time did he get home or get back to the house once you were there?
Around 9:20, 9:19 or so.
All right. And his car was there from then until the trunk was examined, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you told him, or someone with law enforcement had told him, don't go look for your son, don't go searching, don't try to do any kind of investigation, right?
Yes.
So when he thinks of this, well, maybe he's in the trunk, or maybe he somehow or another got in the trunk. Instead of going out there and looking, he does what he's told to do, and he calls law enforcement and says, hey, I have an idea, right?
I assume so.
Wouldn't be proper for him to go out there and examine the trunk and find some sort of evidence. He wouldn't be the one who needs to collect that, would he?
No, sir.
That would be a job for law enforcement.
Yes, sir.
These inconsistencies. He told, and I don't remember his title, but TBI Agent Kennard, is that what he would be?
That's what I
Agent
call him.
Kennard, I guess. He told Agent Kennard that he did not look at the door. But later in that interview, you reminded him that he looked at the front door, or at the door first. And he said, oh yeah, that's right. That's right, I did. Isn't that what he said?
Yes. Yeah, it was when I confronted him, he said about the difference. He's like, yeah, what I told you this morning's right.
Okay. And when he was interviewed by Agent Kennard, that's when he remembered that Joe Clyde peed in the floor, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
In clip one that we just heard, early in the ride,
That's right after we just got in the car.
okay? And during that early part, in the early part of that clip, you hear Mr. Daniels say, I don't know what just happened. Didn't he say that?
No. He said, I didn't want this to happen.
We don't have a transcript of that, do we?
No. But that's what he said, I didn't want this to happen.
if it sounded like, I don't know what just happened, could that be right?
No.
You testified earlier that you looked into the trunk, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
You did not find any blood in that trunk, did you?
No, sir.
You didn't find any bodily fluids in that trunk, did you?
No, sir.
You didn't find any hair in that trunk?
No,
did
sir.
you?
That was just a cursory look.
You didn't find any teeth in that trunk?
No, sir.
That vehicle was seized, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
And it was sent to the TBI to be processed.
Yes, sir.
And based on your investigation, after processing, they didn't find any blood in that trunk, did they?
I can't testify to that. I didn't look at it.
You didn't investigate it?
I didn't examine the trunk like that. I mean, I'm not a lab.
I'm not asking you to say that you tested it and came up with some sort of result. I'm asking you as an investigator whether or not you investigated whether or not the TBI results indicated there was any kind of blood or other biological material.
From my recollection, there was none.
Who is Daniel McCormick?
He was a witness, apparently.
And he saw a child on the side of Garners Creek Road in black pajamas with a skeleton on, right?
I don't know what he saw.
Okay, that's what he said he saw.
Okay.
You don't know that?
I know he said he saw somebody.
Okay. He saw someone 5 feet or shorter standing on the side of the road with a black shirt with a white skeleton torso.
Or skeleton torso, yes.
Joe Clyde Daniels had on black pajamas with a white skeleton torso that night, didn't he?
That's what we were told.
Did you participate in the execution of the search warrant at the property of the Daniels? There was a search warrant that was obtained for that location. Did you, and this after the arrest, I suppose, of Mr. Daniels, did you participate in that search warrant?
Which one?
May I approach, Your Honor?
You know which date?
I'll let you look at it and tell me if you can say whether or not you participated in that. That, I think, was the first search warrant.
No, sir.
You did not participate in the
No,
search
sir.
of the residence?
No, sir.
You arrived early on the 4th, and were you there at the house pretty much the entire day?
Not at the house. I was at the command post most of the day.
Okay. And eventually you went back down with Agent Kennard?
That night, yes, sir.
Okay. Well, let's start at 8 o'clock or 8, whatever in the morning that you got there. How long did you stay from 8 until you left the Daniels residence? How long were you there that morning?
I left after I spoke to Mr. Daniels. I left and went around and helped do some more searching. So I probably left his house, I would say, around 10 a.m., a little after 10.
Okay. And you were back there at what time?
8:30, 9 o'clock. 8:30, 9 o'clock that night. And I was probably in it. I was all over the area that day. There was multiple people everywhere, people searching. We were draining ponds and everything else around there.
Okay.
I know. Well, I think that at 4:30, I believe at 4:30, I went back to the house with Captain Eggerman, and I think he looked under the house, the crawl space. Because we wasn't direct at that time that the crawl space had been searched.
Were you there at noon?
I don't believe I was there at noon.
When did you look at the trunk?
12:30. So 12:30.
Was that, so 12:30, not noon?
Right, 12:30.
Okay.
Because I was at the command post when I called him. After I was notified that he wanted his trunk searched, I called him and said, "You want to meet me at your car?"
Okay.
And so I went walk into his car.
All right. And you said ponds were drained.
Well, I know of the one that was.
One
Yes.
pond was drained, and there were people all over the place there at their house, right?
Yes, there was people there.
And they knew the ponds were being drained, didn't they?
Yes.
And people were talking about that. There was a fear that they would find Joe Clyde in that pond that was being drained, wasn't there?
Yes.
And that fear was shared by everybody out there, wasn't it?
I can't speak for everybody. I can speak for myself.
But everybody knew, or let's say this, it was no secret out there on that scene that that pond was being drained. The family could easily have known that, couldn't they?
Yes.
And they could easily have known that Joe Clyde Daniels might be deceased in that pond.
I mean, I guess so.
And they could have been talking about that, couldn't they?
Who could have been talking about it?
His family.
With each other?
Yes.
I guess so.
I mean, that's something that normally people would have been talking about, because that's a pretty terrible thing, isn't it?
I would believe so.
Yeah. So you were back out there at 4:30 and you looked through the basement.
Well, I didn't.
Okay.
Captain Eggerman did. I was just there with him.
All right. And the house, when you went through the house, you searched through the house, didn't you? Just not a deep search into the house, but you went through to make sure Joe Clyde wasn't in there, didn't you?
I walked through it, yes, sir.
Okay. And you walked in the back door
Yes, sir.
and you walked up those steps,
Yes, sir. Well,
you-
up the steps, then through the back door.
up the steps, across that little porch, in through the back door, and through the house, right?
Excuse me. Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you walked up those steps, well, let me ask this. When you were going through that house and walking up the steps and doing all that, you were looking for evidence that might lead you to find Joe Clyde Daniels, right?
I mean, yes.
And when you walked up those steps, I'm sorry, I'll start again. Well, when you walked up those steps, you didn't see any muddy footprints on those steps, did you?
Nothing stood out to me.
You didn't see any muddy footprints on the porch, did you?
Not to my knowledge.
You didn't see any muddy footprints in the house, did you?
Nothing that stood out to me, no, sir.
And you looked at the beds and the bedclothes, didn't you?
I mean, I looked at the bed.
And there was no mud in the beds?
No, sir.
There was no grass in the beds, was there?
I didn't see any grass.
There was nothing to indicate that anybody had been walking around in a rain-soaked driveway and yard and then came back in that house and got in bed, was there?
No, sir.
There was nothing like that in any of the beds in any of the house, was there?
Not that I recall.
There were no muddy shoes in the house, were there?
Not that I recall.
Right, and when you took Mr. Daniels out to find Joe Clyde, he took you out there, but you didn't find anything, right?
Correct.
And he took you to several different places, didn't he?
Well, he took us to that one big field on McElhoney Road.
Right.
And it's a large field. I can't remember how many acres it is. It's a large field, but he took us to many places in that area.
Right. He couldn't remember where it was, could he?
I mean, I don't know. We just didn't find him.
Okay. On August the 21st, 2018, you received a tip on the Dickson County Sheriff's Office Facebook page regarding someone who had confessed to the killing of Joe Clyde, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And you investigated that, didn't you?
I forwarded it to Agent Joe Craig, TBI
Okay.
Agent Joe Craig.
And it was determined that that confession was not credible, right?
Correct.
And that's because the individual who made the confession had mental illness, right?
I think so.
No one that you're aware of in the Dickson County Sheriff's Office or the TBI interviewed a Mr. Ledford prior to May the 14th of 2020, correct?
Correct.
And you and Detective McCartney on May the 14th, 2020 went out to Mr. Ledford's house, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And you interviewed him.
Yes, sir.
And you told him during that interview that someone pulled in his driveway on April the 3rd, 2018 at around 10:30 or 10 o'clock at night, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you told him that someone left his driveway the next morning at around 5:40 a.m., didn't you?
I told him there was some lights that appeared to move from his house at that time.
And you told him the impression you had was that either he left or someone pulled in his driveway and sat there all night without him knowing it, right?
I think I did at that time.
And then on July the 8th of 2020, you and Agent Burkhart with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation interviewed Mr. Ledford at, I'm not sure, was it the Dickson County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir. He came to our office.
And he explained to you that, well, he lived next door to their house. About 70 feet was the property line, his property line from their house. Would you say?
I probably is close. I mean, it was fairly close.
Easily within walking distance,
Oh, yes.
even for a five-year-old child.
Yes.
You told him then a car pulled in around 10, didn't you?
One of us may have.
You said the lights went off on the car after that,
Probably.
and then an interior light came on.
Looked like it.
And then, nothing. And then the car left at 5:40 in the morning. That's what you told him, right?
I didn't tell him the car left. The lights left.
You said
Because you can't see the car.
you believed someone left at that time, right?
At that time, that's what I believed.
Okay. During that period of time, from 10 o'clock at night till 5:40 in the morning, that's when Joe Clyde Daniels went missing, wasn't it?
I mean, we were notified at 6:22 a.m. on the 4th.
You were present for the second search warrant that was conducted where they dug the yard up.
Yes, sir.
And nothing was found, was it?
No, sir.
Can I have a moment? I'll pass you witness.
Detective, after further investigation and thorough review of the Pruitt Springs video, did a car leave Mr. Ledford's driveway?
No, sir.
Thank you. And Mr. Taylor asked several questions about the morning of April 4th and a pond being drained, and that a lot of people were concerned about the pond being drained, and that the family may be talking about their fear or concern that Joe Clyde would be in the pond. Did the defendant go watch the pond being drained?
Not to my knowledge. At least I don't remember.
He wasn't home, was he?
See, the time frame on that, I don't recall. I know he wasn't there when I got there.
So then let me go back to something else. He leaves on and off throughout the morning,
Okay.
to the best of your knowledge.
Yes.
He returns home at 9:19 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Do you know how long he had been gone previous to 9:19 a.m.?
From the body cam footage, I believe he left at 6:50 something that morning.
And is out and about for the next approximately 2 hours.
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you have a son?
Yes, sir.
If you thought your son was locked in your own trunk and you're driving around for 2 hours, would you stop at some point and check your trunk?
Yes, sir.
Or would you wait until noon to ask law enforcement to check it?
I would check it immediately as soon as I thought of it.
Thank you. Pass it.
Will you cross? Thank you, Detective. You may step down. You are released for your subpoena, I believe. Is that correct? Crouch.
Yes.
Release for what you do. They may call your next witness.
Ron Robbins. I'm sorry, who was that? I'm sorry.
Levon Robbins.
Roberts?
Robbins.
What you are witnessing is real. The participants are not actors.
Robbins, if you'll come right up here, please. You'll come around, raise your right hand, and face our clerk to be placed under oath.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give in this case be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Morning. Good morning.
Robbins,
Would you
you'll
state
pull
your-
that chair up there closer and try to speak loudly enough into that microphone that we can all hear you, okay?
Okay.
Would you state your name, please, ma'am?
Levon Chapman Robbins,
And how do you spell your first name?
L-A-V as in Victor, O-N-E.
All right, thank you. And back in 2018, where were you employed?
Loves Travel Stop on Highway 48 South, Dickson.
All right. And what shift did you work?
Midnights.
About what time would you arrive and leave?
I generally would get there 10:30, quarter to 11, and a lot of times we weren't relieved on time, so it varied.
Okay, what time were you supposed to get off?
I believe 7.
Okay, so 10:30, 11 to 7.
Yes.
All right. Did you have a regular break time, do you recall?
I wouldn't say regular, no,
Okay.
but we did get a break.
Okay. And do you remember the night of April the 4th and the morning of April the 5th of 2018?
I do.
And were you working during that period?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to show you a clip that's been previously marked in exhibit. And you see the timestamp in the bottom, it's about 2:45.
I don't see it, but I'm not tall enough. I see it.
Ms. Chapman Robbins, the individual that was in that video, Mr. Joseph Daniels, had you seen him before?
One time prior, I believe.
Okay, about how long prior was that, if you recall?
I believe it was the week of Easter. Yes.
And did he come in the store? Is that where you saw him?
Yes, sir.
And was anyone with him?
Yes, sir.
And who was with him?
Little Joe.
All right. And what kind of stands out in your mind about that?
It was just after Easter, of course, or right there at Easter time, and I remember the little boy having pajamas on, and it was like a cartoon character, like Spider-Man or something that stood out that wouldn't be typical.
All right. And so we saw this clip. It was about 2:45 when Mr. Daniels came in. Were you in the store at that time?
I don't believe so. I was either ill or I had to let my dog out, and I had asked the gentleman that was at the counter, which was my supervisor, could I run home quickly, as I did that.
So you were on break at that point?
Yes, at that point.
All right. I'm going to hand you a map here. All right, so, Ms. Chapman Robbins, we have up here 1112 Warner Street, and down here is Love's Truck Stop. Is that where you were employed at Love's Truck Stop?
Yes, sir.
And is this the same map that you're holding in your hand here?
Yes, sir.
And what road is this right here that connects Garner Street to 48?
Harris Road?
And do you live on that road?
Yes, sir.
And is that where you went while you were on break?
Yes, sir.
And you said to let your dog out or something of that nature?
Something to that nature, briefly.
So did you go back to work after you had concluded your business at home?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you notice anything strange on your trip home?
I
Or your trip
did.
back to work, excuse me.
I did.
What did you notice?
When, upon leaving my home, and again, this is in the middle of the night, so I'm very aware of the surroundings, and it was just an unusual occurrence coming down the road at that time. There was a vehicle that was almost like coasting, that's how slow. And I pulled out of my driveway behind them, and they were still moving very, very slowly, which I felt was very odd for that time of night. I thought maybe they're intoxicated, who knows, But it was just odd.
And where did that vehicle go?
I actually followed it back to work because they pulled into Love's. So at the stop sign, they turned right on Highway 48 South, going south, and left into the Love's parking lot.
How long did they continue at that slow speed of nearly coasting, as you said?
It seemed to pick up regular speed after the stop sign, yes, sir, after turning.
After turning out onto Highway 48?
Yes, sir.
And Highway 48 is a big, kind of busy road. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Harris Road's a little bit smaller, not as much traffic.
Absolutely.
All right. Your Honor, at this point, I'd ask to make that first flip, the next exhibit, and the map to follow, the exhibit after that.
This is the video clip?
Yes, Your Honor.
See 174,
Yes, sir.
And I'd ask to make the map exhibit 175, Your Honor.
75, this is a photo of the map.
All right, Ms. Chapman Robbins, when you said the vehicle pulled into Love's.
Correct.
What did it do?
From what I remember, only because it heightened my alert, just instinctively something wasn't right about the situation. So I made sure that I paid attention to what was in the vehicle, who was in the vehicle, what they were wearing. And they were at pump number 13. It was a maroon Chevy. I want to say Impala or Malibu, something like that.
And who was in the vehicle?
A gentleman got out of the driver's side, and from what I remember, and this is what was odd as well, the hood was up, so like a pullover hoodie.
And was it Mr. Daniels that was in the vehial?
I didn't know at that
Didn't know
moment
at that
until
point.
he came to the counter,
Okay,
correct?
so after he got out at pump 13, you believe it was, he came in the store?
Yes, sir.
All right, and let's play that next clip. And Ms. Robbins, the timestamp on this is about 3:03 in the morning on April the 5th. Is that accurate?
Yes, it would be.
Is that you that we just saw in the bottom left corner there?
Yes, sir, it is.
So, Ms. Chapman-Robbins, he stayed there. The ending clip was about 3:09 and a half, so he stayed there about 6 minutes talking. Is that fair? Is that accurate?
Yes, rather long. Most customers in and out, unless they're regulars, and I wouldn't consider him to be a regular.
Okay, and he was showing you something on his phone. What was he showing you?
A picture of baby Joe.
All right, and what was the conversation about?
Well, you can tell by the video that we were kind of more inquisitive to asking the questions about who this is and what was going on. And
Asking about, like, Joe Clyde, what was going on with Joe Clyde?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Now, we saw a clip where he was in the store 15 minutes prior to that, and he didn't show anyone his phone. Is that accurate?
Yes,
And then you saw him on Harris Road, followed him back to the gas station,
correct.
and he got out of the car with his hood up and then came in the store and showed the phone.
Yes.
And what was your impressions of his demeanor as he came into the store that time?
Well, as I stated, my senses were very high alerted. You know, the intuition, something in my gut was saying something's not right. And for him to spend that much time in there after he had presented the phone and the picture and that, it more felt like me that he was trying to make somewhat of a timeline.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Speculation.
It's my opinion.
Ma'am, if there's an objection, you just need to be quiet while I
Yes, sir.
deal with that, all right? The objection is to speculation by the witness.
Your Honor, she's just giving a sense of what her impressions were.
All right, Mr. Long, you can testify about what your impressions were, but as far as speculating about what you think was going on, that's, you can testify about what an impression is, about what you saw and how it impressed you, but you cannot speculate about what someone was or was not doing or what their intentions were, if you understand correctly.
Yes, I have no idea what the intention were, but that's how it appeared.
Sustain the objection. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness will be allowed to testify about what she observed and what the impression it gave her, but as far as her speculating about what someone was doing or what their intentions were would be inappropriate.
So you've testified the interaction lasted longer than was typical
Absolutely.
of any customer at the store?
Yes.
And I believe you said the impression that it gave you was that he was creating a timeline.
Yes, instinctively, something was wrong. That's my senses. That's what opinion it gave me.
All right. Your Honor has to make that last clip the next exhibit.
It'd be 176.
Yes, sir.
Just a moment, please. Pass the witness.
So that the record is clear, Mr. Turnbow, those video clips were on what day?
April the 4th, Your Honor.
All right.
Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry.
April 5th.
The morning of April the 5th.
All right. Mr. Taylor?
Just to clarify, Ms. Robbins, this video was on April the 5th, 2018, correct?
I believe so, yes.
You encountered him first driving down, did you say Harris Road?
Yes, sir.
And you were behind him?
Yes, sir. He would be going east
And he was going slowly?
very slowly.
And you would expect someone that was looking for a child that had disappeared to be driving slowly down the road if they were looking for a child, wouldn't you?
I would have no opinion. I don't know what they were doing.
Well, if you were driving down the road looking for a lost child, would you drive 60 miles an hour down through there looking for him, or would you drive 25?
I would be probably walking.
You wouldn't be driving.
Correct.
Okay. When you walk, you go slower than you do when you drive a car, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you would be going slowly.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, when Mr. Daniels came into the store, you and the other individual, who was that other individual in the?
That at the time was the midnight supervisor.
Okay. And what was his name?
Lee Jarvis.
Okay.
Jarvis, I'm not sure the pronunciation.
And you talked to him, you and Mr. Jarvis talked to him for about 6 minutes?
Him meaning the defendant?
The defendant, yeah.
Yes, sir.
And you discussed with him the fact that the TBI had been by the store and interviewed you, didn't you?
I don't recall stating that myself
Do
personally.
you recall the TBI coming by and interviewing you at the store?
I don't.
So they never came by and interviewed you or Mr. Jarvis?
I don't recall, sir. I don't remember in my recollection.
Okay, so did you, or you told Mr. Daniels that someone had come by there and indicated that a person who'd seen the child had been in the store and bought Dr. Pepper, right?
Repeat that.
Someone told you that an individual who'd seen Joseph Daniels had been in your store and bought Dr. Pepper.
Jeff, we've got a 3 layers of hearsay going on.
Sustained, that question would be inappropriate.
I'll move on. You saw the video here today, didn't you?
Yes, sir. This is the first time, yes.
Okay. And you could clearly see his hands in that video, couldn't you?
Yes, sir.
And there was no bruising on his hands, were there?
I couldn't determine that. I mean,
You couldn't determine
it wouldn't
that?
be my opinion either way. I wasn't looking at his
Oh,
hands.
you weren't looking at his
I
hands?
was looking at his face.
Okay. So you never looked at his hands at all?
I looked at the phone when he handed the phone.
Okay. And so you have no idea, one way or the other, whether or not he had any bruising or anything on his hands?
No, sir.
Do you remember giving a statement to a Detective McCartney on 5/1/18?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach? I'll hand that to you. Is that the statement?
May I have a moment? Yes, I believe it is.
Okay. And let's see. Would you read this statement beginning at this word "he" right here and read to the end to that period?
Yes.
Would you read it aloud?
Oh, he showed a picture of his son on his phone. I remember that. I did not notice any marks on his hands. I wasn't looking at for.
So you didn't notice any marks on his hands?
No, sir.
And you watched the video and it doesn't seem to indicate that there were any marks on his hands, right?
I would assume.
Okay. And there were no abrasions on his hands?
I don't recall.
No cuts?
Not that I know of. I don't know. I wasn't paying that closely attention to the gentleman's hands.
But he held the cell phone up with his right or left hand?
I'm not sure which.
Okay. But he held it up there and you looked at it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So he was driving down the road slowly, right?
Yes.
And looking for his son.
Objection to what he was doing. She's testified she can't testify.
And I think that would be speculation on her part as to what he was doing.
And he was driving down the road slowly.
Correct.
He came into Love's truck stop, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he came in, he talked to you about his son, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
And he explained while he was in there that he was looking for his son, didn't he?
I believe so, yes.
And he held up a phone showing that that was his son and asked if you'd seen him.
That would be correct.
He didn't buy Dr. Pepper that night, did he?
I don't remember.
May I have a moment?
Right.
That's all.
Redirect.
Ms. Chapman-Robbins, don't tell me what was said, but did the defendant's father call the store a few minutes after he left?
Just after he left, it would have been a timely matter of maybe 8 to 10 minutes from him leaving the store.
And who did he speak with?
Myself,
You spoke with the defendant's father?
yes, and then he called back.
And he called back again?
And I believe I referred it to Lee, the supervisor.
So the defendant's father called twice after he left?
Correct.
That's all, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Again, Ms. Robbins, this is your statement, correct? You've looked at it. It is the statement you made on 5/1/18, correct?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd ask that be made an exhibit and published to the jury.
All right. And to the court.
177.
Thank you.
Anything further for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Robbins. You may step down. You're released from your subpoena, and you may stay or go as you choose.
Yes, sir.
Statement, call your next witness.
John Gunn.
Judge, can I have a sidebar? All right, let's skip their sidebar. We're getting a little bit of thunder here, guys.
All right, Deputy Gunn.
Deputy Gunn,
The Dickson County Sheriff's Office.
Sheriff's
in April of
Department.
2018, did you still work for the Sheriff's Department?
Yes, sir.
And were you working in the jail at that point?
Yes, sir, I was.
All right. How is it that an inmate would make a request to speak with someone, such as yourself, working there?
If you were in the booking area, they would just call you over, either wave at you or just call for you.
All right. And did Mr. Daniels ask to speak with you the morning, or on the morning of April well, let me ask you this. Did he ask to speak with you?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you recall what morning that was?
That was the 6th, I believe.
Okay. Now, when he requested to speak with you, what did he ask?
Well, he waved me over.
All right. Did you go over and speak with him?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And what did he ask to speak with TBI agents?
Yes, sir, he did.
So he requested of you to get in contact with TBI to come to the jail.
Yes, sir, he did.
All right. And did you do that?
Yes, sir.
And did TBI come to speak with Mr. Daniels?
Yes, sir, they did.
So, Deputy Gunn, could it have been the morning of April the 7th? And if you don't recall, that's okay.
I can't recall, sir.
All right, all right. And after that interaction, did you allow Mr. Daniels to make a phone call to TBI?
Yes, sir, he did.
All right. That's all, Your Honor.
No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Deputy Gunn. You may step down. You're released from your subpoena.
Thank you, sir.
Told you it would be quick, ladies and gentlemen. Go ahead. Under oath.
Do you swear from the testimony you give in this case be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, ma'am. Good morning. Would you state your full name for the record, please?
Yes, Brant Holt,
Thank you. And spell your first and last name?
B-R-A-N-D-T, last name H-O-L-T.
Thank you. And where are you employed?
I am currently employed with the Chetham County Sheriff's Office.
And what's your position there?
I am a patrol sergeant on day shift.
Thank you. And Sergeant Holt, before taking a position with the Chetham County Sheriff's Office, where were you employed?
I was employed as a criminal investigator for the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
Thank you. And before you were with the TBI, you were also in law enforcement, is that correct?
I was, sir.
And what'd you do?
I was the Springfield Police Department, Roberts County Sheriff's Office, and United States Army Military Police.
Thank you very much. On April the 7th of 2018, were you assigned to investigate or assist with the investigation into the defendant, Joseph Daniels?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall the morning of April 7th?
I do, sir.
Okay. And what happened on the morning of April 7th?
We picked up the defendant, Mr. Joe Daniels, and transported him south into Hickman County.
And who asked you to go to the Dickson County Jail to pick up the defendant?
I believe it was a request through supervisor with the TBI.
Okay. And the defendant requested you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So at his request, you responded to the Dickson County Jail?
Yes, sir.
And do you know if the defendant was reminded of his Miranda warnings?
He was by Agent Boyd, sir.
Okay, and you observed this?
Yes, sir.
And in your observation, was the defendant familiar with his Miranda rights?
Yes, sir.
And why do you say that?
He made a quote that he had the right to remain silent and anything could be used against him.
Okay, and again, you were there at his request?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what did the defendant tell you and Agent Boyd that he wanted to do on the morning of April 7th?
That he wanted to show the location of where the child would be, and he wanted to provide closure.
He wanted to provide closure?
Yes, sir.
And so what did you do next?
Myself and Agent Boyd, we transported him out to the Garners Creek area, to 3rd Street, where we got some food and some water.
Okay. What was there was still an active investigation going on?
Yes, sir.
Was the command post still set up?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, the Red Cross was still there providing food and water to all the searchers?
Yes, sir.
And did you get food and water for the defendant from the Red Cross aid station?
Yes, sir.
All right. After you got food for the defendant from Red Cross, where did you go next?
We went past the defendant's residence
On Garners
Creek, sir,
Right.
down to the end to, I believe it's Harris
Okay.
Road. We turned left onto Harris Road and then went up to Highway 48, where we turned south, traveling towards Heatman County.
Okay. And did the defendant give you these directions and locations?
Yes, sir.
And what did he tell you had happened?
That he had taken baby Joe into Heatman County and had dropped the child off of the bridge. And he took him into Heatman County because he loved water.
Okay. Did he say how he had transported Joe Clyde Daniels?
Yes, sir. He transported him in the trunk of his vehicle.
Okay. And did he tell you if he made any stops en route to dump his body off of a bridge?
Yes, sir. He stated that he stopped at the Love's truck stop to get a Dr. Pepper using 3 $1 bills.
Okay. I mean, he specifically said $1 bills?
That is correct, sir.
And a Dr. Pepper?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you actually drive over the Interstate 40 into Hickman County?
Yes, sir.
So Love's truck stop is just north of I-40
Yes, sir.
on Highway 48?
Yes, sir.
And you cross over the interstate
Yes, sir.
and going south on Highway 48?
Yes, sir.
And did you go to a bridge?
We did, sir. We went to, I believe, 4 bridges, sir.
Okay. And what happened as you got to these bridges?
As we drove across each bridge, we slowed down and would ask the defendant if this was the location. And the first 2, he proceeded to tell us no. He had described the bridge to have a sign called the Piney, and we wound up stopping at the 3rd bridge because that's the location of the Piney River. There's a sign that says Piney.
Okay. What happened there?
And if I recall correctly, asked him if this was potentially a location, and in accordance with my investigative report, IR number 16, recalling that he stated that 8 out of 10, and that was placed in quotations, that he was sure that this is the location where he took the child out of the trunk and dropped him over the bridge.
Did he say why he would want to drop him off the bridge? And if you need to refer to your report, you can.
Stating why, sir, no, sir, but he didn't make a comment that he mentioned that it was a long way down to the body,
Okay.
to the water.
All right. And did the defendant describe in this process of driving to the bridge how he was driving?
He was driving slow, and if I refer back to the IR,
Yes, sir.
said it was dark, and he was driving slow, trying to ensure that no one else was going to be around when he decided to dump his son's body.
Okay. Did you find any evidence at any of these bridges that Joe Clyde's body had been dumped or discarded?
No, sir.
Okay. And did you take the defendant back towards the command post in the McElhaney Road area?
Yes, sir.
And when you got back over towards McElhaney Road, who was present?
McElhaney Road's present was be the defendant's father.
The defendant's father?
Yes, sir.
And is his name also Joe Daniels?
Yes, sir.
Would he be Joe Daniels Jr., the father?
Big Joe, sir.
And to be clear, I'm going to distinguish between the defendant and Big Joe.
Yes, sir.
Big Joe being the defendant's father.
Yes, sir.
Was Big Joe present?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what happened in the presence of Big Joe?
Big Joe was placed into the vehicle with me and the defendant, with the opportunity for the defendant to tell his father what had happened.
Okay. And what did the defendant say with Big Joe in the vehicle with you and the defendant?
He stated that he had beaten the child.
The defendant said that?
Yes, sir.
In the presence of his father?
Yes, sir.
Did you force him to say that?
No, sir.
He just was telling his father what had happened?
Yes, sir.
And okay. What happened after that?
Big Joe, the father, made a mention of Crystal, which then in turn created a pause, and the defendant stopped making statements about beating the child, and then questions started revolving around Crystal's involvement.
Okay, thank you. Now, after that interaction with the defendant and his father, did you return the defendant back to the Dickson County Jail?
Yes, sir.
And did he make additional statements to you and Agent Boyd as you were traveling back to the jail?
Yes, sir, that he had lied and that he couldn't remember where the child was located.
Okay. Did he make any more statements as to whether he did in fact kill his son or not? And I'll refer you to the very last paragraph of your IR.
Well, yes, sir. You know, multiple times during the conversation with him, there were the consistencies were that he had beaten the child, that he had placed the child into the trunk of the vehicle, and he did comment that Alex, his other son, had seen this occur and would have to relive this the rest of his life.
So you heard the defendant say that Alex had seen it?
Yes, sir.
And was going to have to relive it the rest of his life?
Yes, sir.
I'll pass the witness.
Well, again.
Deputy Holt?
Sir.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you're describing events that took place on April the 7th of 2018, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you picked up Mr. Daniels, you and Agent Boyd?
Yes, sir.
And you were responding to a telephone call that he had made from the jail asking for TBI agents to come down there. Is that correct?
I don't know how the actual communication transpired between the defendant, sir, and the Bureau, but I was instructed to go pick him up, sir.
Okay. And he, in that telephone call, indicated that someone, a suspect, he had been made, I'm sorry, I'll rephrase that. He stated that he understood a suspect had purchased a Dr. Pepper at Love's and that he was that person and he wanted y'all to come so he could take you to the child's body, correct?
I'm not familiar with those comments, sir. I'm familiar with when I actually made contact with him that he said that he would like to show us where the son would be located.
And you obtained video from Love's?
I did not, sir.
Okay. Have you viewed any of the videos from Love's?
I have seen, I believe, one or two videos, sir. If I can recall correctly, I have seen those, sir.
Right. And none of those videos depicted Mr. Daniels buying a Dr. Pepper at Love's, did they?
Not that I can recall, sir.
One of those videos depicted Mr. McCormick buying a 12-pack of Dr. Peppers at Love's, right?
I'm not familiar with Mr. McCormick, sir. I'm sorry.
If Joseph Daniels had been made to believe that he killed Joe Clyde and hauled his body off in a car, he should be able to take you to that body, shouldn't he?
Agent Holt wasn't a portion or part of any of those interrogations. How would he know?
It seemed to be that you're asking him a question that's not within his, I mean, I think you can ask him if he had any involvement in that part of the investigation and then rephrase your question, but you got to lay a foundation, otherwise he would be speculating. Suspend the objection.
Mr. Daniels told you that Joe Clyde could be found under a bridge crossing the Piney River, correct?
He had commented that he believed the bridge where he had dropped the body had a sign that said Piney on it. And then we slowed down at each bridge, sir, and he paid particularly attention to that bridge where the Piney River sign was located.
And you slowed down and you looked at each of these bridges?
We did, sir.
And you searched around them?
We stopped particularly at the one that he said 8 out of 10, and then that's when he stated, well, I took the body out of the trunk and threw the body over the bridge from the passenger side.
Okay. And how many of those bridges did you stop at?
We actually slowed down for all 4 bridges, sir, but mainly the one he said stop here. That's the one we stopped at, sir.
So he took you to 4 bridges. You looked at all 4 of those bridges for Joe Clyde Daniels.
I did not personally look for that one. I do know that they were searched, sir. If I recall correctly, in reading the IR's TWRA, Officer Andrew Deaton, I think was one when we stayed with the defendant, sir, and we were traveling back. I believe Mr. Deaton with TWRA and his crew actually went down to that one particular location.
And throughout this search, down into Hickman County, you never recovered any evidence, any physical evidence whatsoever?
No, sir.
I'll withdraw that, Judge. I'll pass the witness.
Redirect. Thank you, Officer Holt. Sergeant Holt. You may sit down and Release from Mr. King.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next witness. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a smartwatch. My children got me, and it sends me these messages about it's time to stand up occasionally. I don't know. And unfortunately, I have to ignore it more often than not when it goes off while I'm on the bench. But I understand your feeling. It's terrible when your watches are smarter than you are, isn't it? Step right up, sir. You'll come right around here. We're going to ask you to face our clerk and raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear affirm that the testimony you give in this case be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I'm going to ask you to speak loudly into that microphone so everyone can hear it, all right?
Yes, sir.
Good morning, sir. Would you state your name for the jury, please?
Greg Fort,
And how do you spell it?
Greggfort.
All right. And where are you employed?
I'm employed at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Crime Lab in Nashville.
Okay. And what do you do with the crime lab?
I am currently in the Firearms and Tool Mark Identification Unit.
On April the 7th of 2018, were you still employed at the TBI crime lab?
I was, yes.
And were you employed in a different capacity there at that time?
At that time, I worked in the Forensic Biology Unit, and I did then, and I still do work for the VCRT.
And what is the VCRT?
Is the Violent Crime Response Team.
And what does the VCRT do?
So the VCRT will get called by one of our agents or another agency to come out and assist or process a scene.
Okay. And so was the VCRT called out on April the 7th of 2018?
We were actually called on the 6th, the night before, to arrive the next morning. So
And what was your role on the team at that point?
I was the team leader of the team that got called out to the scene.
Okay. And let's talk about the makeup of the team a little bit. Who all makes up the team, or what specialties?
So the team is made up of other scientists in the lab itself, and there's a documenter that will actually document the scene. There's a forensic biologist, a micro person that does microanalysis such as shoe prints and tire tracks and things of that nature. There's a firearms expert and a latent prints person that will also come out with us.
All right, and then there's a team leader, and what's the team leader's responsibilities?
As a team lead, I'm there to help coordinate the team itself, be a liaison between the agent and the team, move the team around. I'm sorry, I forgot to mention, we also have a scan station person that comes out and will actually scan the scene. So the coordination between the scan station people and the team itself, just to assist and help the team where it's needed and just make sure everybody's kind of got everything they need and don't need anything else and have the help that they need.
So when the VCRT arrives on a scene, tell us kind of what the general process is. What happens?
So the first thing that happens when we arrive at the scene is we get with one of the agents to get a briefing of kind of what's going on and what they know about the scene itself to kind of give us a little bit of direction of what we're doing there and what we should be processing for.
All right, and did that happen in this case?
It did, yes.
And who was your point of contact?
The point of contact was Special Agent Holt.
All right, so what kinds of things did your briefing consist of? What did you know about the scene?
So usually a briefing just kind of gives us a quick narrative of what's going on, and what we got was that there was a missing child that had previously went missing. I believe it was the 4th was when they actually got information that this child was missing, and then we kind of got a brief description of what was going on up to that point. We were also told that it was a possibility that something may have happened in the house, that the night before that the child had peed and some things had happened, so we kind of were there to assist and look for indication that something may or may not have happened.
Okay, and when you say you were there to look for indication of what may or may not have happened, what were you looking for?
So we were specifically there to look for staining, blood staining more specific, but what we kind of do to start with is look for reddish brown stains and then do our testing accordingly from there.
All right. So once your team gets the briefing, then typically what happens?
Once the team gets a briefing, there will be a couple people that walk through the scene and get a general idea of how the scene is set up as far as the house layout, just kind of different things that we might see at the time. If you notice something going in that looks odd or off, we'll mark it. Sometimes there's scenes with shoe prints and dust, and we don't want to disturb those, so a lot of times we'll mark things that we don't want disturbed by somebody coming in and taking pictures ahead of time. So sometimes when we come in and take pictures, there'll be markers, but it's all based on what that initial walkthrough has been.
And did you conduct that walkthrough along with another member of the team?
I did, yes.
And then after the walkthrough is completed and you observe the scene, what do you do?
So once the walkthrough is completed, we'll come back out and brief the rest of the team of what we've either found or where to go from there as far as processing the scene itself.
All right. I'm going to show you a picture here. Do you recognize that, Agent Ford?
It appears to be a diagram of the scene.
Okay. And you said you did a walkthrough of the house. Is this the house, or at least the layout of the house as you recall it?
Yes.
All right. So let me walk over here. What door did the team make entry through?
So we actually came in the back door. It looks like there's a number 23 next to the door where we came in.
Would this be that door?
Yes.
And this is the back porch area up here?
Yes.
And what are all those numbers that are laying around? What do they mean that are on the paper? What do they mean?
The numbers are marking evidence. So these are actually markers that are placed down either for something that we find that we want to collect and take back to the lab and submit to the lab to be tested further, or something that's a stain that we want to test there at the scene.
All right. And so as you walk in from the back door, there's a couch and a coffee table directly in front of you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then the master bedroom would be off to your left as you're walking in that back door.
Yes.
All right. And then the rest of the bedrooms are on the other end of the house.
That's correct.
All right. And as part of your of the VCRT, do y'all take photographs?
We do, yes.
Your responsibilities. And I believe in this case you took some 1,200 photographs. Is that accurate?
That's very possible, yes.
And we're not going to go through 1,200 photographs, but I do want to show you some. And Your Honor has to make that diagram the next exhibit.
All right. Diagram will be 178.
And Agent Fort, do you recognize those photographs that I've just handed you?
These all appear to be pictures that were taken there at the scene by the VCRT.
All right. If we could go to the next photo there. So Agent Fort, on the left side, is that the front of the house that we are seeing?
On the left, yes.
All right. Do you have any recall of what this area right here is?
No, I believe it's part of landscaping or just the general area of the front of the house.
And is this the back porch that the team went up and went in the back door?
Yes.
Has to make that the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Are you going to mark each one of these individually?
Yes, Your Honor.
It'll be 179.
And Agent Fort, where was this blanket? Was it located on the back of the house?
Yes, it was located, when I actually said 23 was next to the door on the diagram, that's actually marker number 23. This was a comforter that was sitting in a chair right next to the back door on the back porch area.
But there was a comforter that was on the chair.
It was a comforter and a pillow, both. So.
All right. And what was the marker they're representing?
That was just to mark those items to be collected.
All right. And then the picture on the right, is that the door that the team made entry through?
Yes.
And what is there on the left as you're walking in the door?
It was like a wagon with some toys and stuff on it.
All right. Does that toy box and wagon, and does that block part of the entryway as you're walking into the door?
Partially, yes.
All right. Has to make that the next exhibit, Your Honor.
No, I'm sorry, that's 170, 180, correct?
Yes, sir. So now, Agent Fort, is this the living room as you're making entry through the back door?
Yes.
All right. And is that the couch and coffee table that we see there?
It is, yes.
And just the general state of the living room and the house, did it appear to be picked up and vacuumed and that sort of thing?
Yes, it seemed to be straightened and clean.
Okay. So it appeared to be straightened and cleaned?
Yes.
All right. Next, make that the next exhibit, please, Your Honor. And then what is this photograph depicting, Agent Fort?
A stain that was on the wall by the doorway. So.
Did that stain turn out to be anything significant?
It did not, no.
All right. The next exhibit, please, Your Honor. All right. And is this the mantle that was above the fireplace in the living room?
It is, yes.
So if you're sitting on the couch that we saw previously, would you be looking at this mantle?
Yeah, it would be across the room.
Be across the room. So this is to your right as you're coming in the back door?
Correct.
All right. The next exhibit, please, Your Honor. And Agent Ford, are these toys that is below that mantle that we were just speaking about?
Yes, there was a pile kind of like below the mantle to the right, and then kind of in that corner between this other chair and.
Okay, so there's two piles of toys.
Yes.
One over by the door, and then this pile that was to the left of the mantle.
Yes.
All right. The next exhibit, please, Your Honor. All right. Now, Agent Ford, this is the living room as we described it. Tell us about that, or what's in front of the door?
It was like a hutch-style cabinet that was sitting in front of the door.
And is that the front door to the residence?
That is, yes.
Right. And is there two pieces to that hutch?
Yes, there were.
And in that picture, are the two pieces kind of is the top off the bottom?
Yes.
And did your team do that, or was it that way when you walked in?
It was that way when we arrived at the
So
scene.
this is just as the scene was when you got there?
Yes, these are pictures indicating how it was when we were there.
Move that as the next exhibit, please. And Agent Ford, were there numerous stains on the floor?
Yes.
All right, and on the carpet in the living room?
Yes.
And is that kind of what this picture is depicting, some of those stains?
Yes.
All right, make that the next exhibit, please, Your Honor. All right, and what are we seeing here, Agent Ford?
This is just a picture of a coffee table and chair and some of the carpet around that area.
All right, and then is there some staining on the floor, on the carpet around the coffee table?
There was, yeah.
And I believe in your report you note that there's a possible bleach stain in the front of the coffee table.
Yes.
Next exhibit, please, Your Honor. All right, Agent Ford, is this the double door entry to the master bedroom on the left?
Yes, it is.
All right, and does there appear to be a lock on that door?
Yes, there was kind of a lockup at the top of it.
All right, and is that on the living room side of the door or the inside of the bedroom?
That was on the living room side of the door, so if you were walking into the bedroom itself, it would have been facing you when the doors were closed.
All right, well, let's make that the next exhibit, Your Honor. And Agent Ford, is this looking at the inside of that master bedroom and then back out into the living room from the master bedroom?
Yeah, so the first picture would be coming into the bedroom and looking off to the left side, like you were facing the back side of the house. And then the next picture would be standing inside that bedroom, facing out into the living room area.
Has to make that the next exhibit. Okay, so obviously at this point, the team has been in the house, is that right?
Yes.
Because we see these markers all over the living room. And is this the living room that we're seeing in this picture?
That is, yes.
And what are these markers representing?
These markers were actually part of some testing we had done. We use a chemical test to kind of give us a luminescence glow, if you will, for what could possibly test as blood. It's more just to find staining and then test it further from there. So these markers were actually areas that tested positive for that blue star, which is that chemical we use.
Okay, so one of your jobs, as you stated, was to see if there was any blood on the scene. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
So how do you do that as the VCRT team or the VCRT? How would you do that?
So the first thing we do is we will visually examine the scene itself, just looking for anything that's got a reddish brown stain hue to it. And then that stain will be marked, and then it'll be tested with chemicals that would be either presumptive or not presumptive for blood. And then those would be sent to the lab for further testing for DNA and so forth. But the first thing would be to visually look for it and look for areas that kind of look odd. So sometimes blood isn't always a reddish brown stain. Sometimes it can be an off color, kind of like the previous picture with the wall, and it had that kind of orangish kind of hue to it. That's why we took a picture of it. But it also can just kind of mask itself essentially by not really looking that deep red that you would think. But these are actually done with that other chemical, and if you can't see something, sometimes we'll spray it with another chemical to help us visualize where a stain may be, and that's what that blue star does, is just help us visualize an area that might be possible for blood and give us a little more insight into where some of these stains might be. And these are just areas that would have tested positive with that blue star chemical.
So it sounds like you spray a large area down with blue star to kind of narrow down your focus. Is that a simplified way?
That's correct. We have like a spray bottle that'll spray this. It's a liquid, and it's kind of like I guess your spray would be more like a spray bottle for water if you were spraying your plants or your hair or something like that. So it lets off a pretty big mist, but it'll concentrate areas and give you a smaller area to look at, and then that'll be circled and then just marked with the number so that we can go back and test it further.
So these were the areas that the blue star indicated that you wanted to check further?
That is correct.
All right. I have to make that the next exhibit, Your Honor. All right. Is this just a closer up photograph of some of those markers from the living room?
Yes.
All right. Indicating areas that you wanted to check
That's
further? I have to make that the next exhibit.
191.
All right, where are we looking now, Agent Ford?
This would be looking out from the living room area into the kitchen area and dining room area.
All right, and where are the other bedrooms from how we're looking?
They're off to the right side of that, where that wall kind of protrudes out a little bit. That's an entryway into the hallway area where the other bedrooms are.
So if you're wanting to walk from the living room to the back bedrooms, you would walk through this dining room, into the kitchen, and take a right?
Yes, roughly about where that carpet ends is about where that area was. So.
The next exhibit, please, Your Honor.
192.
So at this point, Agent Ford, is this picture taken from standing in that doorway of the kitchen
Yes.
to the back part of the house or bedrooms?
The one on the left is, yes.
Okay, and what are we seeing here on the left?
It's just markers and staining that we had visualized, so we were able to actually see it. And we just different areas of the carpet we wanted to test further, and just a picture of the wall and the floor that was right there.
Is that black stuff on the floor? What is that?
That was a tape to hold the carpet down.
Oh, and did the team put it there, or was that already there?
That was like that when we got there.
Okay. And then there's some wallpaper and such ripped off the wall, it appears. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
And was that like that when the team got there?
That was also like that when we got there.
All right. And then on the right, are we looking down the hallway?
That would be stepping into the hallway from right to the left is where the other picture was taken, so it'd be stepping into the hallway and looking down.
And is that the laundry room that would be on the immediate right from this, where this second picture is?
Yes.
All right. I have to make that the next exhibit.
193.
And what is this, Agent Ford?
That area that had the tape covering the carpet, that was kind of sunken down in that other picture. This is just a picture of this being pulled back to look underneath the carpet.
And is that staining that's on the carpet and under the carpet?
Yes.
And was this area was all tested?
Yes.
And did any of it indicate something needed further testing?
No, it was all negative.
All right. I have to make that the next exhibit.
194.
Okay, so on the left, is this the hallway?
Yes.
And is that just a little further down than the previous pictures we were looking at?
Yes.
All right, is that a hole in the kind of the wall next to the floor that we're seeing?
On the left picture?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
All right, and then the right picture, what are we looking at there?
That's a picture of the wall just on the where that doorway entry is. It would have been to the left of it on the left side picture and up the side of the wall.
Okay.
So it was just on the other side of that doorway.
And is that a Post-it note on the wall?
Yes.
What is that representing?
That's actually representing a marker. Sometimes we don't, on something like this with a wall or something that's a little higher up and there's nowhere really to set the marker or hang the marker, we'll use a Post-it note in lieu of using the little big plastic heavy markers that we normally use.
So is there a stain or an area of interest on the?
You need to move away so that the jurors can see the screen. I've had some indicators.
Yes, sir.
You could come stand maybe over in this direction and talk with him or wherever you want to. The problem is if you want to stand at the council table, that's fine, but I appreciate the jury letting me know they can't see. We have a great courtroom. One of the disadvantages is the podium is large enough and someone standing there makes it difficult for the jurors to all see. Thank you.
All right, so Agent Ford, is that Post-it note there, you said that was representing a marker?
Correct.
And is there a stain or an area of interest on the wall?
Yes, there was just a little bit of staining there on the wall.
I have to make that the next exhibit, Your Honor.
195.
All right, Agent Ford, so we are now obviously outside the house. Is this to the back of the house?
Yes, this would have been in the backyard of the house, yes.
And this shed here, was it locked with that rock in front of the door when the team got there?
Yes.
And the picture on the right, is that the inside of that shed?
Yes.
I have to make that the next exhibit, Your Honor.
196.
And Agent Ford, were there two sheds in the backyard?
That's correct.
And is this a picture of the shed on the left as we're looking at it?
Yes.
Was it also locked when the team got there?
Yes.
And is that the inside of it on the right?
Yes.
The next exhibit, please, Your Honor.
197.
Agent Ford, what kind of vehicles were on scene when the team got there?
There was a tractor trailer truck and an Impala and an F-150 that were on the scene.
And the Impala, is that the silver vehicle that we're seeing there?
Yes, the other vehicle was a VCRT vehicle.
Okay. So there was not a red car there when the team got there?
There was not, no.
So this is the silver Impala and the trunk of it?
That's correct.
Let's make that the next exhibit, Your Honor. 198. And is this the F-150 that you spoke of, Agent Ford?
Yes.
And was it inspected also?
It was, yes.
The next exhibit, please, Your Honor.
199.
I believe that's the last of it. So, Agent Ford, after you go to a scene, do you document your findings?
We do, yes.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
And if any team member or lab person tests anything, would they also document their findings in a report?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to hand you the document. What is that I've handed you, Agent Ford?
It appears to be a copy of the official crime scene report.
And it is 3 pages long?
Yes.
Just looking at the first page, and as you said, you were the team leader on this, is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you list all the members of the team and their specialties on the first page?
Yes.
Okay. And then what is below that? It says evidence collected on scene.
Those are actually items that we collected from the scene and took back with us to the lab. and submit it to the lab for further testing.
Okay, and then testing can be requested on those items, or y'all can do testing if it's something that you think needs to be done. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay, and then going to the second page. So here, we start talking about the chemical spray Blue Star that you were speaking of earlier. Is that right?
That's correct.
So you note the front bedroom, living room, and hallway. Were all those areas tested with Blue Star?
Correct.
And the front bedroom, what was the test results on that?
The front bedroom was tested negative.
And the living room and hallway, what were the results on that?
Those tested positive with the Blue Star.
Okay. And let's go through again. What does that indicate to you?
Just that they need to be tested further for actually do chemical testing for blood.
And so what is that further testing?
That would be the TMB test.
Okay. And what does that do?
That'll actually give us a color change when it's tested with the chemicals that are added.
So all the areas of interest that we talked about earlier, the markers and it appears some other areas, were tested with the TMB and PD?
Yes.
Okay. And is that the list of items that we're seeing there?
Yes.
Looks like a list of 1 through 38.
That's correct.
And did any of those indicate the presence of blood?
They do not, no.
Now I want to draw your attention specifically to number 7. It says possible bleach stain in front of coffee table in living room. Do you see that?
Yes.
And were there other stains on the living room carpet as well?
There were, yes.
How would Blue Star interact with bleach?
It can give us a positive result with the Blue Star, just to give us further indication that it may need to be tested.
And what if there was bleach poured on the area and then it was cleaned or scrubbed with water and or soap?
It's possible that it diluted things out and made it where it didn't react with either testing.
Okay, and does bleach, would it react with the TMB and P test?
The bleach itself should not, but if it had blood in it, it should react.
Okay, so if this is a bleach stain covering blood, what would the bleach do to the blood?
The bleach, depending on how long it's there and how well it's put on or how concentrated this is, it may degrade the blood and possibly just completely get rid of anything that would be testable and give us a positive testing.
So is there any way to tell exactly how long that stain had been there or the amount of time it would take to where blood wouldn't react?
No, there's not.
And was there a carpet that was cut up and looked under in the living room?
Yes, we cut the majority of the carpet up and pulled it away to look underneath the carpet itself.
And what were you looking for when doing that?
We were looking more specifically for some staining that may have been seeped through the carpet and not shown on the top of the carpet. So we were really kind of looking for concentrated areas of staining underneath that carpet also.
And did you see any staining of that nature?
We did not know.
Okay. And if there was a small amount of blood, say from drops from a nosebleed or a cut, could the area you said of possible bleach easily have covered that up?
Yes, it probably would not have seeped through the carpet.
You're going to estimate that his report, the next exhibit, would be 200. Mr. Etheridge, could you bring back up the first slide, please, the overview of the house? So Agent Ford, this is the layout of the house. We've talked about a front door that faces the road, the back door that your team made entry into. Was there also another door to the residence?
There was, yes.
And where was that door?
That was actually in the laundry room. You can see on the back side of the house that door swinging out.
So is that right here?
Yes,
And did you and your team go in and out that door?
we did, yes.
Tell us about opening that door. Was it easy to open? Did you have difficulty opening it?
It wasn't easy to open it. It kind of stuck when you went to open it up.
So the first time you went to open the door, it was stuck and harder to open?
Yes.
All right. Is that the door that y'all went in and out mostly?
It depended on what kind of testing was going on in the living room. So we did go in and out of it pretty regularly, just as much as we would have the back door also.
When you first opened it, you said that door was harder to open and it was kind of stuck.
Yes.
That's my question, Your Honor. We're waiting on a question.
Mr. Mitchell, you may cross-examine the witness.
Agent Fort, the images that were just shown, just want to be clear, those markers in the living room are from the initial spray down of the Blue Star, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And that just gives you an indication of where you should be testing.
Yes.
And when you get a reaction from the Blue Star, your team follows up and tests it with a different chemical.
That's correct. It's a little more specific, so that's why it gets tested further.
So any area that may have come back on Blue Star, y'all tested?
That's correct, yes.
And the area number 7 that General Turnbow pointed out, this bleach stain, Would the secondary, the chemical testing you do, would you expect to find blood if there was blood there?
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, please step across the hallway, please. Give you an opportunity to stretch your legs.
Can you identify this photograph?
Yes, this is a close-up of the steering wheel.
And can you describe what you see on the steering wheel?
It looks like there's dirt on the steering wheel.
Dirt on the steering wheel. Thank you. That is Exhibit 205.
Agent Proctor, I'm going to hand you.
Can you identify this photograph?
Yes, this is a close-up of the steering wheel.
And can you describe what you see on the steering wheel?
It looks like there's dirt on the steering wheel.
Dirt on the steering wheel. Thank you. That is Exhibit 205. Can you identify this photograph?
Yes, this appears to be in the back seat of the passenger, the back side of the passenger seat.
Thank you. And I'll move that as Exhibit 206. And Crystal John, you may or may not be familiar with this photograph. Can you identify that?
I do not believe I can. This is not a photograph that I took.
And can you identify this photograph?
Yes, this is just an overall photo of the back of the trunk.
All right. I will move this photograph as the next exhibit. And once the contents are removed from the trunk, did you do the photographing of those items?
I did not.
Okay. I'll pass the witness.
No, Your Honor. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. We'll be releasing Ms. Littlejohn from her, you may return to your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll call your next witness.
Christina Wills.
Step right up, release your right hand, face her forward.
Do you solemnly swear from the testimony you give in this case be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. I do.
Would you state your name for the jury, please, ma'am?
It's Christina Proctor.
And how do you spell that?
CHRISTINAPROCTOR.
All right. And Agent Proctor, where do you work?
I work at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
All right. And I guess I should clear this up. Were you formerly Christina Wells?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you do with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation?
I'm a special agent forensic scientist in the forensic biology unit and also a member of the violent crime response team.
Okay. So describe kind of your day-to-day work at TBI when you were in the lab.
When I'm in the lab, I screen evidence for bodily fluids and I perform DNA analysis on evidence.
And do you have some training and experience in that field to allow you to complete that work?
I do. I have my college background is a Bachelor of Science degree in chemistry and I have a doctorate degree in biochemistry. And then I went through an extensive training at the TBI in the forensic biology unit that consisted of presentations, direct observation of other analysts, and competency test at the end to complete the training.
And Agent Proctor, have you been qualified in the state of Tennessee as an expert before?
I have.
In what field?
It was in serology and DNA analysis.
Your Honor, I would ask to make Ms. Proctor an expert in serology and DNA analysis.
No objection. All right, you're qualified as an expert listener.
Agent Proctor, I'm going to hand you a report from 425 of 18. Do you recognize that, ma'am?
I do.
I can get
get out of the way of the screen here so everybody can see. Did you do testing? Well, let me ask you this first. Were you a member of the BRC team that went out to Garner Creek Road?
I was.
And what was your role on the team?
I was the serologist on the team.
Okay. And were numerous items collected and tested by you as well as others as part of that?
Yes.
All right. And I believe you have a number of reports that you have made to record the findings of your testing. Is that correct?
Yes, I do.
All right. In this first report, what was the date that it was issued?
It was 4/25/18.
These reports, they can be kind of hard to read sometimes. So the exhibits, you see that column on the left there? What is that referring to?
That is the item of evidence that would have come into the lab that then I did testing on or looked at.
And the numbers by it, the 001, 007, what does that refer to?
That is the TBI's, the lab's exhibit number that was assigned to that piece of evidence.
Okay. Now, when a piece of evidence comes into the TBI, how does it come in?
It's submitted to our evidence receiving unit and by the agency or agents, and then it is received by one of our evidence receiving technicians. It's given a unique identifier number and put a barcode on it, and then it's electronically tracked throughout the lab when it moves and then stored in our vault in our evidence receiving unit until we would request that it be pulled for screening.
So it's securely held until you are ready to do your testing on that particular item?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to draw your attention to the results section. Is that kind of where you tell the results of what you found after your testing?
Yes.
All right. Under 001, what did you do to that item?
001 was a Chevrolet Impala, and I screened the vehicle for any presence of possible blood, and also did the inventory and collected items from that.
Okay. And did you said you took swabs for possible blood?
Yes.
What did you find, or did you do any further testing on those swabs?
I did.
And what did you do?
For this one, I tested them for the component of human blood, and then later I did DNA testing on them on a different report.
All right, so the report we're talking about now, you did testing for a component of blood?
Yes.
All right, and was that testing positive on item 001?
On 001, the presumptive test indicated the presence of blood for the center console.
And that's of the red Chevrolet Impala that was tested?
Yes.
And then the next positive, I believe, was on 007A. What was that?
007A was a zip-up hoodie from Joseph Daniels.
Okay, and what was the test result from that?
Presumptive test indicated the presence of blood, and then testing for the presence of human hemoglobin, which is that component of human blood, was not performed due to a limited sample.
And then 007C, what is that?
Those were pants with strings that were in the front left pocket from Joseph Daniels.
Okay. And what was the result of that test?
Presumptive test on the pants 7C indicated the presence of blood, and again, the testing for the presence of human hemoglobin was not performed due to a limited sample.
All right, and I want to draw your attention now to 009A. Is that the shoes from Joseph Daniels?
Yes.
And I believe it was also positive, the presumptive test.
Yes, both shoes.
Okay. So in summary, we have a presumptive test, a positive for blood and or hemoglobin from the center console of the car, shoes, hoodie, and pants of Mr. Daniels.
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask to make that the next exhibit, please.
Exhibit 208.
Can you identify that agent Wells, or excuse me, Agent Proctor? I apologize.
This is my report from 10/25/18.
And you spoke a minute ago that you did kind of a follow-up test after the test for hemoglobin and presumptive test for blood. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is that in this report?
Yeah, this report would have the DNA results from the previous results that we just talked about.
All right, so if I can refer you to 007A, which again is the zip-up hoodie from the defendant, Joseph Daniels, what was the result of your test for that?
For the DNA analysis, all the stains on the zip-up hoodie matched Joseph Daniels.
All right, let's talk about the stains, or let's get into that generally. How do you know, when you get a hoodie, how do you know what to test?
First, I would look just visually at, for this example, the hoodie, and determine, is there any reddish-brown staining on that hoodie that could possibly be blood?
And then further, what do you do after that?
And then I would do chemical testing to further determine if our presumptive tests are indicating that it could be blood, after I determined if they were positive, then if I had enough sample, I would go on and do another chemical test that would determine whether or not it was human blood. And then I would take a small cutting of that stain and proceed to DNA analysis to develop a DNA profile.
So the first part of that we talked about, that you just spoke of, the presumptive testing, that was
Yes.
the last report we talked about.
Correct.
So at this time, we're at the cutting a small sample and further testing on it.
Yes.
All right. So 007A, which is the zip-up hoodie from the defendant, you said matched Joseph Daniels' DNA.
Correct.
And then 007C, which was the pants with strings from the defendant. What was the results from that?
Those for 7C, again, it matched Joseph Daniels.
All right. And 9A, the shoes.
The shoes, so for the left shoe, the DNA profile was a mixture of at least 3 individuals, and then the major mixture profile was consistent with a mixture of 2 individuals. And then I assumed Joseph Daniels was a contributor to that profile and then deduced out the remaining profile, and this was consistent with Alex Nolan.
So based on your testing, it's your opinion that the DNA of Joseph Daniels and Alex Nolan was on this left shoe?
Yes.
All right. And what about for the right shoe?
For the right shoe, this was a mixture of at least 2 individuals, and then the major contributor matched Joseph Daniels, and then further than that, then it was a limited minor contributor profile that I couldn't do anything further with. It was inconclusive.
Let's talk about a mixture. What does a mixture mean when you say that?
So a mixture is meaning that it didn't come from just one single person. That would be a single source, what we call it, a single source profile, but a mixture is DNA profiles that consist of more than one person.
And is it sometimes possible to unmix that or figure out who it is?
Yes.
And sometimes is that not able to be done?
Correct.
Okay. All right. And then let me direct you to 014A, which was the swab, I believe, from the center console of the maroon Chevy.
Yes.
What was the result there?
The DNA profile matched Joseph Daniels.
All right. And let me hand you a photograph. You recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is the staining from the center console that then I ended up swabbing.
All right. And would you show the jury where the stain was?
So the stain was right here in this area, and then that's my ruler that I had to kind of determine how approximate the size of it was.
And you were able to determine after testing that that stain was blood from Joseph Daniels?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, estimate that picture of the next exhibit, please.
209.
And Agent Proctor, let me now direct your attention to 19A. That is, I believe, a cobalt shovel from 1112 Garners Creek Road. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and you did testing on both the spade and the handle portion?
Yes.
And there was no presence of DNA on the spade?
Yes, they tested presumptive. I did presumptive testing, but then I was not able to develop a DNA profile off of that.
And what about for the handle of that shovel?
The handle, I did have a profile on the portion of the handle that I swabbed for touch DNA.
And who was that profile consistent with?
It was consistent with Joseph Daniels.
All right. And you have a note down here that there were possible hairs collected from the exhibit. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And how many hairs were there?
Your Honor, we have a sidebar.
So Agent Proctor, excuse me, I've referred to you as Agent Wells for too long now. Agent Proctor, so were there some hairs found on that shovel?
Yes.
And the TBI does not test hair, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. So moving then to item 20A, which I believe was a wooden-handled shovel, is that right?
That's right.
You tested the handle portion of that shovel, and what was found on the handle portion?
The handle portion was a mixture of at least 3 individuals, and then I had a major contributor profile that was to an unknown male.
All right, so there were at least 3 individuals' DNA on there, and the major contributor was an unknown male.
Yes.
All right, and then just a quick note of there was an envelope that was tested that I believe was submitted a little after this original stuff. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And Mr. Daniels' DNA was found on that envelope.
Correct.
All right, Your Honor, we'd ask to make that report the next exhibit.
Exhibit 210.
What have I handed you now, Agent Wells?
This is my report from 5/28/19.
And I will get it right in a minute, Agent Proctor. Maybe. I will do my best. All right. Was there more testing done on that wooden-handled shovel that we spoke of just a second ago?
There was comparison done. yes.
Comparison. All right. Tell us what the result of that was.
I had received a DNA standard from Joe Daniels, and then I compared it to the previous profile that I developed in the last report that we talked about. And the major contributor profile was consistent with Joe Daniels.
All right. And when you say Joe Daniels, who are you referring to?
I believe that was the grandfather.
Okay. And Exhibit 38A, which is the comparison that you did, was from a buccal swab from Joe Daniels. Is that correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, we would ask to make that the next exhibit. And Agent Proctor, let me point out one more thing. There was at least 3 individuals. There was a mixture of at least 3 individuals. Is that accurate on that?
Yes.
And were you able to determine who the other 2 individuals were?
No.
Okay. Do you recognize what I've handed you?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is my report from 7/17/19.
All right, and I believe you were testing a candy wrapper and a boot that were found during some of the searches. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. And were you able to find any DNA on either one of those?
No.
All right. Your Honor, I ask to make that the next exhibit, please. Do you recognize what I've handed you there, Agent Proctor?
I do.
And what is that?
This is my report from 7/24/20.
And what are you testing there?
This was a lock and key from 1112 Garners Creek Road.
All right, so that was collected from the residence of 112 Garners Creek?
Yes.
And were you able to find any DNA on the lock and key?
Yes.
Okay, and were you able to identify those individuals?
No.
All right, was there a mixture or was there a single individual?
It was a mixture of at least 2 individuals.
All right. And was one of those, I believe your report says there was at least 1 male?
Correct.
So we don't know who was on it, but there was at least 1 male's DNA on that?
Correct.
Could it have been more than 1 male? Do we know?
It's possible, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd estimate that the next exhibit, please.
214, no, 213.
I'm on 210.
Trust me, I think it's 213.
And Agent Proctor, do you recognize that bag that I've handed you?
I do.
Okay, and what is that?
This is the brown paper bag that was submitted to the lab, and then I opened up and tested for my exhibit 42A.
So that would be the lock and key that we just referred to?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, I would ask to make that the next exhibit, please. Certainly, Your Honor.
Got it. I got it stuck.
Agent Proctor, I will ask you just a couple questions while Ms. Pam is catching up here. Did you take some photos of items that were in the red Chevrolet Impala?
Yes.
All right, and were you and Ms. Littlejohn kind of working on that vehicle together or parts of that vehicle together?
We didn't directly, physically work on it together, but yes, we both worked on it.
Okay, so she was looking for the trace evidence, and what were you looking for?
I was, again, doing serology DNA, so screening for blood to begin with.
So when you get a vehicle and you're told, we want you to screen for blood in there, what do you do?
I'll do a visual examination. Depending on what the interior looks like if it's a dark interior, I will, what we call, do general rubbings, which is basically where I take paper and go over the surfaces of, say, the seats or the consoles or anything inside, and then test that with my chemicals to see if there could be possible blood. And then also just examine the trunk area or basically the entire inside of the vehicle.
And we've already talked about you did in fact find Mr. Daniels, the defendant's blood on the center console.
Yes.
And I'm going to hand you a photograph here. Did you take that photograph?
Yes.
And what is that depicting?
These are items from, specifically the front passenger door, front passenger seat, floorboard, from the vehicle.
Agent Proctor, is that photograph that's on the screen the same as what you were holding?
Yes.
And these were items that were found inside the vehicle?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would have to make that the next exhibit if we're ready for that.
Number 215.
I took them back into my stuff. He's asking for scissors. I took them back to the office.
Agent Proctor, what is that handed to you?
This is another picture of some of the items that I took out and inventoried from that vehicle.
And is that picture that you're holding the same as what is on the screen?
It is.
All right, Your Honor, we'd ask to make that the next exhibit.
This would be number 216. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the reasons that I'm telling to slow down is everything that's made an exhibit, our clerk has to mark it as an exhibit and make sure it's documented. So she and I are both trying to keep up with the exhibit numbers so that we don't mess it up. So if I tell the attorneys to slow down just a little bit, I know we're all anxious to keep moving, but I'm trying to make sure that we get this documented correctly. So, and plus she throws things at me if I don't do that. Go ahead.
And Agent Proctor, do you recognize the photo that I've handed you there?
I do.
And what is it depicting?
It is more evidence or more items from the Impala and from the trunk is what you're mainly looking at.
And is that the same photo that we see on the screen?
It is.
Your Honor, I'd ask to make that the next exhibit.
It's going to be 217.
Agent Proctor, is that more items from the trunk?
It is.
And is that the same picture that you're seeing up there on the screen?
Yes.
And that bag, is that a taekwondo bag? Do you recall?
Yes, it is.
All right, and we have some documents that we can see in that picture. Were there some documents in the trunk?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, we'd ask to make that the next exhibit.
218.
Agent Proctor, that's kind of a zoomed-in picture, I believe, of the last picture on one of those documents. Was that document found in the trunk?
Yes.
And is that the same document we see on the screen here?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, we'd ask to make that the next exhibit.
219.
And one more, Agent Proctor. Was that another document that was found in the trunk of the vehicle?
Yes.
And was that the same as you see on the screen there?
Yes.
Your Honor, the next exhibit, please. And that's our questions, Your Honor.
I'm going to give them a second to get caught up. Agent Proctor, your job is to test items for blood.
Yes.
Can you explain the process when you swab something like the console? What do you do?
So after I take a picture of it with the ruler to document it, I will wet a swab with sterile water and then swab up that stain onto the swab, then package that, and then later whenever I'm ready to do DNA analysis on it, well, after I do the swab, then I'll test the filter paper. That's what I blot it onto, test it with my chemicals, see if it reacts. If I get a positive, then I will collect that stain, like I said, swabbing it up, and then later take a small piece of that swab and do DNA analysis on it.
Does the DNA analysis, is it only going to find DNA if there was blood? Or are there other types of DNA that could be there?
I mean, there are other types of DNA, yes.
So if someone was in that car and they had skin cells or something where you're swabbed at, would that come back?
Typically, if you have a staining of that's presumptive positive for blood and looks like blood, that blood being there will, if you want to think, overpower skin cells due to the amount of blood that was there.
Once you've taken that sample, what is the process of determining what kind of DNA is in it? Do you put it in a centrifuge? Do you spin it down and break it up? And can you explain some of that?
Sure. So for the DNA process, once I take that cutting, we put it into chemicals that then break open the cells that are in that sample to get the DNA basically out of those cells. So then we can determine how much is there. We can make more, it's called amplifying or making more copies of it so that we'll have enough of that DNA to then be able to put through our equipment to determine the DNA profile.
Is it possible in that process to break down some of the DNA and have it appear to be an unknown contributor or a minor contributor? When you get a mixed contributor,
yes,
you see multiple people. Is
Correct.
it possible that comes from one person and it's broken down from the process?
You would not get a mixture from a single individual. Like if it was their DNA in that tube that was only from them and there was only one person, then no, I mean, our process wouldn't break it down into then developing a mixture profile, so to speak.
You wouldn't get an inconclusive profile. You wouldn't show a person and then another person that you couldn't tell anything about.
If it came from one single person, then and that's all the DNA that was in that sample, then it would come from that one person. I mean, if there were other people in that sample, then potentially you could break open the cells and pick them up, so to speak, that's, you know, in the profile, but then we would consider it a mixture because it would be more than one person.
Okay. And earlier you testified that you tested the handle of a shovel and found Mr. Daniels' DNA and the older Mr. Daniels' DNA.
On two different shovels.
Two different
yes.
shovels. And those were just shovels that they owned?
I believe they were in one of the sheds. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, will you direct?
Just briefly, Judge. Agent Proctor, do you have a copy of your report from July the 24th of 2020 that's already been made an exhibit?
Yes, I do.
I know Ms. Pam's working hard over there, so I'm going to try to get her to get that back out. What's on that, just so I can make sure we're all talking about the same thing?
The lock and key?
The test and the results of your testing on the lock and key?
Yes.
Now, was that touch DNA, or was that blood, or what were you testing on that?
For the lock, I would have visually looked at it to see if there was any of that reddish brown staining. And then when I didn't find any, then I would swab with the swabs and a little bit of that water to then collect any DNA that would have been. So it would have been more like something like touch DNA from like skin cells.
So the DNA that you found was not blood DNA, but more like touch DNA?
Correct.
From skin cells, you said?
I mean, it can be skin cells, sweat, I mean, anything like that.
And just let me make sure I didn't confuse everyone, because this is hard for me to understand too. A mixture of people.
Yes.
We are talking about more than one people whose DNA is on this item. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, this mixture, and just using this report as an example, you say that the DNA profile obtained is consistent with a mixture of at least two individuals. Is that accurate?
Correct.
So there's at least two people whose DNA is on this lock.
Correct.
Now, we're not excluding anyone in this, are we?
Correct.
But we're also can't say who that is.
Correct.
I believe the only way that you said in this we can narrow it down is that there was at least one male.
Correct.
So we know one male touched it, and then an unknown other number of males or females.
Correct.
All right, that's all, Your Honor.
Mr. Wallace?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Agent, you may step down. We'll release you from your subpoena. David McClary,
Charles Castle.
I'm sorry, what was the last name?
Castle Bono. Would you state your name for the jury, please, ma'am?
My name is Charlie, C-H-A-R-L-Y, Castelbono, C-A-S-T-E-L-B-U-O-N-O.
And Agent Castelbono, how are you employed?
I'm employed at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
And what do you do there?
I'm a special agent forensic scientist in the forensic biology unit.
All right, so we have heard from one forensic biology unit person. What do you do in the forensic biology unit?
So same as the last analyst who testified, I process evidence looking for the presence of body fluids such as blood, semen, and saliva, and then take those items through the DNA testing process to generate DNA profiles, which can then be compared to DNA from known individuals.
And what is your education and experience background to allow you to do that?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Biology from Berry College. I also have a Master of Science in Forensic Science from the University of Central Florida. At the TBI, I received about a year of training, first observing a qualified analyst, performing analysis on evidence and DNA testing, then performing those tests myself under their supervision. I gave several oral presentations during that time. I also received a mock case and went through a mock trial, which I had to pass in order to start doing casework independently. Additionally, we have to have at least 8 hours of continuing education every year. I'm also certified by the American Board of Criminalistics in molecular biology.
And Agent Castelbono, have you testified in the courts of Tennessee as an expert before?
Yes, I have.
In what areas?
In what?
Area, was it serology and DNA analysis?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, we would tender Agent Castelbono an expert in serology and DNA analysis.
is he qualified as an expert in serology and microanalysis?
DNA analysis, Your Honor, yes, sir.
Let me try that again. DNA analysis, thank you.
Yes, sir. I'm going to hand you a report, Agent Castelbono. What was the date that report was issued?
February 6th of 2019.
I'm going to try to have it up on the screen so everybody can kind of follow along. I made a train wreck out of it last time, so I'll try to do better this time. What were you testing in this report?
There were several items. There was a pair of boots, an additional cowboy boot, a plaid shirt, a rain boot, a pair of boys' underwear, and a pacifier.
All right, and with these items, were you trying to find a DNA standard of the victim, Joe Clyde Daniels?
Yes, that was the purpose of testing these items.
And where did the comparison profile come from? Or was there one?
There was not one.
And that's what we were trying to obtain?
Correct.
And what was, it looks like, judging from the results, everything that was tested came with a mixture of DNA and inconclusive.
That's correct.
Your Honor, we have to make that the next exhibit.
221.
This next report is from February the 4th of 2019. Agent Casabono, is that your complete report from February the 4th of 2019?
Yes, it is.
And what were we looking at, or what were you testing for in this report?
There were 2 pillows from the bedroom that I tested.
And those were exhibits 29A and 30A, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the comparison against which you were testing it was exhibit 10A. Was that DNA from the defendant, Joseph Daniels?
That's correct.
And what were your results as far as 29A?
So there were multiple stains that were tested. There were 2 stains on exhibit 29A. Both stains tested positive for the presence of blood. And for this first stain, it was a mixture of at least 2 individuals. The major contributor profile is consistent with exhibit 10A, Joseph Daniels. Due to the limited minor contributor profile obtained, interpretation of the minor contributor profile is deemed to be inconclusive. And for stain number 2, the DNA profile obtained from that matched exhibit 10A, Joseph Daniels.
All right, and let me ask you just well, this is from, I believe I said 2-4 earlier, it's from February 14th, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. What are you talking about a stain? When you tested a stain, what are you testing there?
So the 2 stains I tested, they tested positive for blood.
And is that just a stain you see on a visual inspection of the item?
Correct. So when I examine an item, if I'm looking for blood, I'll look for a reddish-brown stain that's characteristic of a dried blood stain.
So on that pillow, you found the defendant's blood?
Correct.
All right, and on 30A, was anything found on that?
Yes. 30A had multiple stained areas. There were 10 total that I tested. For stains 1, 2, and 3, presumptive chemical testing indicated the presence of blood. And for stain 6, presumptive chemical testing indicated the presence of blood. However, presumptive immunological testing did not indicate the presence of human hemoglobin, a component of human blood. And then for stains 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, and 10, presumptive chemical testing indicated the presence of blood. Presumptive immunological testing for the presence of human hemoglobin, a component of human blood, was not performed due to a limited sample. As far as the DNA results, for stain number 1, the DNA profile obtained is consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals. The major contributor profile matches exhibit 10A, Joseph Daniels, and the limited minor contributor profile was inconclusive. For stains 2, 4, 6, 7, 9, and 10, the DNA profile obtained matched exhibit 10A, Joseph Daniels. For stain number 3, the DNA profile obtained is consistent with exhibit 10A, Joseph Daniels. And finally, stains 5 and 8, the DNA profile obtained was consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals, with the major contributor profile being consistent with exhibit 10A, Joseph Daniels, and the limited minor contributor profile was inconclusive for that profile.
So out of all of that, if you could kind of deduce it down a little bit, you tested 10 stains.
Yes.
And Mr. Daniels' DNA was found to be on all of those stains.
Correct.
And then there were some mixtures where there were some other individuals' DNA in that as well.
Yes.
And the stains, many of those were blood stains from Mr. Daniels.
These all tested positive for the presence of blood, yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask to make that the next exhibit, please.
Number 222.
Agent Casabono, is this your report from February 15th of 2019?
Yes, it is.
All right, we spoke a moment ago that you were trying to find a DNA standard of the victim, Joe Clyde Daniels. And now it appears that one was obtained. Is that correct?
So this was a sample, again, attempting to obtain a profile. Based on the nature of this sample, I can't 100% say that, yes, this came from Joe Clyde Daniels, but again, that was the purpose of the sample.
And this was a DNA extract from Vanderbilt. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And this DNA extract from Vanderbilt was compared to the wooden-handled shovel that is Exhibit 20A.
Yes.
All right. And tell us what your results found.
For the handle from the shovel, the DNA profile previously obtained was consistent with a mixture of at least 3 individuals. The major contributor profile is from an unknown male number 1. Therefore, exhibit number 37A, DNA extract from Vanderbilt Medical Center, can be excluded as the major contributor. And due to the limited minor contributor profile obtained, interpretation of the minor contributor profile is deemed to be inconclusive.
So this wooden-handled shovel, Exhibit 20A, had at least 3 people's DNA on it.
Yes,
And we know that this DNA extract from Vanderbilt was not the major contributor,
that's correct.
but we don't know whether or not it could have been the minor contributor.
Correct, because the minor contributor was inconclusive.
All right. We'd ask to make that the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Number 23.
And last one, Agent Castellano. I believe this is a report from April 27th of this year, not very long ago.
Yes.
And what were you testing in this report?
I swabbed an area inside of a Chevrolet Impala. Specifically, I swabbed the back of the front passenger seat and then performed DNA analysis on that swab.
And Ms. Lewis, can I have exhibit 206, please?
What is it?
It's a picture.
Okay.
I apologize. I should have prepared you for that.
Tell me I know what I'm looking for.
Put that, I'll keep asking questions.
This one right here?
That's it. I'll hand you what's been marked exhibit 206. Is that the area of the back seat of the red Impala that you were testing?
Yes, it is.
All right, and would you show that picture to the jury, please? And do you recall about where you were taking samples from, or swabs from?
I swabbed on this area, not whitish.
All right, thank you, Agent Castellano. And whose DNA was that found to be?
The partial DNA profile obtained is consistent with Exhibit 23A, Alex Nolan.
And is this the picture that we just showed to the jury?
Yes, it is.
So those, you said the white spots up there is what was swabbed for testing?
Yes, sort of the curved area towards the top of the seat.
So, you're talking about right here?
Like the curved stained area?
Oh, right
Yeah.
here. That's the area that was swabbed for testing?
Yes.
And that was determined to be the DNA of Alex Nolan?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask to make that the next exhibit.
Would be 224.
We pass the witness.
Mitchell.
Yeah, quick witness, Your Honor. Agent Castellano, do you recognize that image?
This appears to be the same pillow, my Exhibit 30A that I tested for blood.
Your Honor, I'd ask that be moved in as an exhibit. The next in line.
Can we see the photo first?
You may.
This will be 225. This is a photograph of the pillow that was tested.
Yes, Your Honor. And I'd ask that you publish to the jury. That photo is the pillow that had a bunch of stains on it that belonged to Mr. Daniels.
Yes.
Okay. In one of the forensic biology reports that you put together, you say that there was a sample extracted from Vanderbilt.
Yes.
You're not saying you know who that belongs to.
Correct. Because it's from a hospital, I don't know how it was generated. I don't obviously have chain of custody or, other than the name written on the side of the tube. It wasn't collected as evidence. So as far as where it was before it came into my possession, I can't verify that.
But even with that, you compared that to the DNA found on the wooden-handled shovel, and it was excluded as a major contributor.
That's correct.
And you weren't able to determine that it was one of the minor contributors.
Correct. The minor contributors were inconclusive.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Read it right.
Just briefly, Judge. So the sample from Vanderbilt was taken when we were trying to find DNA from the victim, Joe Clyde Daniels.
Correct.
And was his name on the side of the tube?
It was.
Now, you can't verify that it was him specifically.
But that name was on the tube, yes.
Okay. And one more, or maybe a couple more questions about the DNA from the back seat that we referred to in the 52721 report. That was not blood DNA, or not blood on the seat?
Correct.
Are you able to tell what it was?
I'm not, other than it appeared to be a white, sort of crusty stain.
Okay. And I believe you testified earlier that you're looking for blood, saliva, that kind of thing?
Yes.
And saliva also contains DNA?
Yes.
So if someone were to sneeze from the back seat and get it all over the front seat, DNA is in that?
Yes.
All right, that's all, Your Honor.
Ready, Cross?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down and you're released from your subpoena. So you may call your next witness.
Stakeholder Miranda Gaddis.
Good afternoon. If you'll step around here, raise your right hand and face our clerk to be sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you give in this case be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Mr. Kraut?
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hi,
Will you state your first and last name for the record, please?
Miranda Gaddis, Miranda, Gaddis, Gaddes.
You've done this before.
Yes, sir, I have.
And Agent Gaddis, you are currently employed for the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
What is your current position?
My current position is in the Criminal Investigation Division. However, prior to that, I was assigned to the Forensic Services Division, which is the crime laboratory, and I was a forensic scientist in the microanalysis, or what's also known as the trace evidence unit.
Thank you. And were you employed as a microanalysis in April of 2018?
Yes, sir, I was.
And were you also part of the VCRT unit that came to Dickson County and Garners Creek?
Yes, sir, I was.
And tell us some of the qualifications for becoming and working as a microanalysis, yours specifically.
I received a Bachelor of Science degree from Cumberland University in 2002. I then worked for an environmental laboratory for 4.5 years. I then came to TBI, at which time I underwent extensive training in the areas of paint analysis, fiber analysis, shoe and tire track comparisons, as well as physical comparisons. I have also attended and successfully completed training courses at the McCrone Research Institute in Chicago, Illinois, McCrone College of Microscopy in Westmont, Illinois, courses at the National Forensic Science Technology Center in Largo, Florida, as well as a course at the Federal Bureau of Investigation in Quantico, Virginia. During that time of being in the laboratory, I was also a member of the Tennessee Division of the International Association for Identification, as well as being a member of the American Society for Trace Evidence Examiners.
Thank you. And I would tender Agent Gaddis as an expert in microanalysis.
No objection, Your Honor.
You will be qualified as an expert in microanalysis.
Agent Gaddis, can you identify this report, please?
Yes, sir.
And what is it?
This is a copy of my official microanalysis report from May 31st of 2018, and it's a physical comparison examination that I did.
Thank you. And what is a physical comparison examination, just generally?
A physical comparison is just as the name implies, so it's looking at the physical characteristics of two items and then comparing those physical characteristics. And in some cases, if an item is broken, much like a jigsaw puzzle, then I'm going to look for those edges along that are the broken edges, and I will try to compare those and fit those back together.
Thank you. And it appears that Exhibit 026A is a piece of black fiberglass from a field off of McElhaney Road. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so was this piece of fiberglass collected in the field and then submitted for microanalysis and comparison?
Yes, sir, it was.
And what were you asked to compare this piece of black plastic to?
I was asked to compare this piece of plastic to two vehicles that were submitted to the laboratory.
And would those two vehicles be a red or maroon Chevrolet Impala and a silver Chevrolet Impala?
Yes, sir.
And do you know why you were asked to do that comparison?
Typically, when we're asked to do those, it's because one piece comes from one location and you're trying to tie a vehicle back to that location. In this case, with the plastic being found off of this road, I would imagine they were trying to place a vehicle back at this location.
Okay. And did you complete a comparison?
Yes, sir, I did.
What was the result?
It was inconsistent with the physical characteristics, and it also did not fracture match back to Exhibit 18, which is the silver Impala, and then the
maroon Impala did not have any missing parts to compare it back to, and it was inconsistent with that vehicle also.
Okay, so from your kind of knowledge of the case and being on the VCR team, someone collected this piece of evidence which they thought could be from a broken component of the silver Impala or the red Impala?
Yes, sir.
But in fact, it was not?
That's correct.
All right. I'll move this exhibit, or this lab report is the next exhibit, please. If you would just hand that to the clerk. Thank you. And Agent Gaddis, you completed one additional microanalysis report, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
And it is a report that was issued on February 12th of 2020.
That's correct.
And can you discuss what you did in this examination?
I was asked to compare fibers that had been removed from a shovel, and I was asked to compare those with clothing from Joseph Daniels, as well as fiber standards that were removed from the trunk of the Impala.
And we've already heard some testimony about how fibers and debris, dirt, hair are collected. In this case, were these type of items, fiber and debris, collected from different areas or different objects?
Can you rephrase that?
Yeah, sure. Let's start with Exhibit 013A, trunk fiber standards for Impala.
Yes, sir.
And so what does that mean, trunk fiber standards?
So it depends on what the trunk is like. Specifically with this one, there were two different standards collected. So typically in the trunk of a vehicle, the mat that's present, the fibers can be different than the fibers present on the side of the trunk. So fiber standards are taken from both of those locations.
Okay. And from those fibers from the trunk, what did you do?
So I typically look at those after I look at my question fibers. So I always deal with the question fibers first. In this case, it was the fibers from the shovel, because we're trying to find a location where those fibers came from. So we refer to those as question fibers. So I mount those fibers on a glass slide, and that's so that I can see them microscopically better and gather optical information from those fibers. Then after I've worked with my question fibers, I will deal with my known fibers, which in this case is from the trunk and the clothing from Joseph Daniels. And the reason I wait to do those is I make sure that there's no chance of contamination. So I will wait till the following day to analyze the known fibers, and I'll make sure I've changed my clothing, my lab coat, and everything in between. And then I will mount those fibers on a slide also. And then I will take those slides, my question and my known, and I will put them on a comparison microscope, which basically just has two different stages that I can put my question and known on. And I can look at those at the same time to do a comparison with the fibers from each of the locations.
Okay, so let's back up just a little bit and talk more specifically about an unknown fiber. In this case, were there some unknown fibers collected?
Yes, sir, there were.
And do you know how those fibers were collected or where they were collected from?
They were collected from a shovel. I don't know exactly how they were collected because they were collected prior to me processing them.
Okay. Can you identify this photograph?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
This is a picture, a microscopic photo that I took of the fibers that were present in the exhibit that contained the fibers from the shovel.
And is the photograph you're holding the same photograph that we see on the screen?
Yes, sir, it is.
So do we see the unknown fibers in this photograph?
Yes, sir. So it would be that entire bundle of fibers that are present kind of on the left side, and then it would also be those two fibers to the right side that are closer to the black line.
Okay, so big picture, what's all the yellow?
The yellow is a Post-it note that the fibers were collected on.
We're looking through a microscope here?
Yes, sir.
And what are these things?
That is just a bundle of fibers that were stuck together and placed on the Post-it note.
And what were these fibers here collected from?
They were collected from the shovel.
Now, over here, what are these objects?
Those are a couple of other fibers that were present on there, so I removed those and mounted those as well.
Look, can you tell what color this fiber is?
It appears to be blue.
And this one?
Appears to be red.
And what's this black mark?
So when I received it, it appeared as though whoever had processed that evidence before had marked on the Post-it where the fibers were, so that it wouldn't be confused with where they had placed the hair also.
I mean, it's kind of important to understand we're looking through it. This is a photograph through a microscope.
Yes, sir, it is.
Move that to the next exhibit, please.
227.
And can you identify this photograph?
Yes, sir. So this is a closer-up photo of that blue and red fiber on the right side that was close to the line.
Okay. Blue fiber, red fiber.
Yes, sir.
I'll move that to exhibit 228. And one more photo. Can you identify that?
Yes, sir. So this is just a closer-up photo of just the debris, so the wad of fibers that were present on the left side of that first photograph.
Okay, so our unknown fibers are one's blue and one's red.
Yes, sir. And then there are some white tannish fibers, natural fibers that were located in this bundle.
All right, so your objective, once identifying these unknown fibers, is then to compare them to any other fibers that have been collected in this case at large?
Yes, sir.
All right, and I'll move that as the next exhibit, please. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. That's 229.
Thank you. So you've got a group now of unknown fibers, and you're going to go through and see if any other fibers have been collected and submitted in this entire case.
Yes, sir.
And did you do that?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, and so let's start at the top of your lab report and work down as to what you compared the blue, red, and white fibers to.
I compared it to the zip-up hoodie from Joseph Daniels, T-shirt from Joseph Daniels, pants with strings in front left pocket from Joseph Daniels, the boxers from Joseph Daniels, socks from Joseph Daniels, a T-shirt from the dryer at 1112 Garners Creek Road, the trunk fiber standards from the Impala, and I believe that's it.
Okay, and what were the results of your physical examination?
So my report reads, physical examination of Exhibit 20A revealed the presence of several red, white, and blue fibers. Physical and microscopic comparison of the white cotton fibers from Exhibit 20A-01 with the white cotton fibers in the construction of Exhibit 7A revealed them to be consistent with respect to color and appearance. Therefore, the white cotton fibers from the shovel could have come from the zip-up hoodie from Joseph Daniels or another source with these properties. And then we always put a statement that says, due to the frequent use of cotton in today's society, comparison of cotton fibers may have limited evidentiary value. And the reason for that is, if we pulled most of the people in this room, we probably mostly all have white cotton somewhere on our body. So it's a very common fiber, so we don't put a lot of emphasis on the value of that comparison. And then physical and microscopic comparison of the remaining fibers from Exhibit 20A-1 with the fibers in the construction of Exhibits 2A, 7A, 7B, 7C, 7D, 7E, and 13A did not reveal the presence of fibers to indicate a fiber transfer. So they did not come from those items.
Thank you. And let's talk again about how often a white cotton fiber is found in everyday population.
They are everywhere. Like I said, I would be surprised if we pulled everybody in here if we didn't find 90% of people have white cotton on them somewhere. And even if you're not directly wearing white cotton, you may have white cotton transfers on your clothing.
Okay. And what about white cotton, how common it is to red and blue?
The red and blue fibers in this case are actually synthetic fibers. So there are two main types of fibers, natural and synthetic. And that's why we do the microscopic exam, because there's information we can see about fibers to tell whether or not they're synthetic or natural. And so in this case, synthetic fibers are typically rarer than cotton fibers are, white cotton especially.
Okay. And Agent Gaddis, if you could, did I already give you a copy?
You did not.
Can you identify this copy?
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
This is an official copy of my microanalysis report from February 12th of 2020 of the fiber examination.
Thank you. And I will move that as Exhibit 230. And I'll pass the witness.
Mr. Mitchell?
Agent Gaddis, your first report that y'all discussed, you were sent a piece of fiberglass from a field in Dickson County, and you were able to determine that it didn't match the two vehicles you were asked to compare it to.
That is correct.
And then the next report that you discussed with General Crouch, you talked about some fibers, and the results of that were that the white cotton fibers matched one article you checked. But that is not very reliable evidence, because almost every one that has any contact with cotton is going to have white cotton fibers.
Correct.
And the other two, the red and the blue, did not match any of the items.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
So effectively, those did not match anything that was sent to you from my client.
That's correct.
Thank you, Agent Gaddis. You are released from your subpoena. Crouch?
Stay close. John Dunn.
Case be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Would you state your full name, please?
John Dunn.
Thank you. If you want to go ahead and get your stuff out, that's fine too. I interrupted you. Thank you. And would you spell your first and last name?
JOHNDUNN.
Thank you. Agent Dunn, where are you employed?
I'm employed at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation in their Nashville Crime Laboratory.
And what's your position there?
I'm a special agent forensic scientist assigned to the latent print unit.
Okay, and how long have you been working in the latent print unit?
Just about 6 years now.
So you were working there in April and May of 2018?
Yes, I was.
And what do you do in the latent print unit? Tell us what a latent print is.
So what was the last part of that?
What is a latent print, and what do you do in that unit?
So in that unit, I examine items of evidence for the presence of latent prints. I analyze those latent prints and compare them to known impressions. I prepare reports, and I testify in courts of law as necessary. A latent print is basically a fingerprint that is very difficult to see because it is made of sweats and oils that are naturally occurring on your skin. So when you touch the surface of some object, you can leave behind an impression or a reproduction of a fingerprint that is on your fingers. And since these are left behind in something that is very difficult to see, oftentimes it takes some type of processing in order to actually visualize them and able to see them.
Okay, and what training and background do you have to specialize in latent print?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Chemistry from Cedarville University. I also completed a 14-month training program at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation in order to be able to do my job.
And have you previously been qualified as an expert in any courts in Tennessee in latent prints?
Yes, I have.
And at this time, I would offer Agent Dunn as an expert in latent print.
All right, he'll be qualified as an expert witness on latent prints.
Thank you. And Agent Dunn, I want to first address a latent print report that was issued on April 20th of 2018.
Okay.
And we're going to be discussing Exhibit 001, which is a Chevrolet Impala. And can you tell us, give us any more detail about the Impala and then what you did?
It was a maroon-colored Chevrolet Impala. I basically focused my examinations to the trunk area. I did a visual examination as well as a super glue fuming process that can help me to visualize and develop latent prints that might be there. I then did a dusting process that can also help to develop and visualize those latent prints that might be there. My results were that I did not find any latent prints that were of use for comparison.
Okay. Is that surprising?
It's not incredibly surprising. There's lots of different reasons why a latent print may or may not be found on a specific surface, including the texture of the surface, what the surface is made up of, as well as the conditions of someone's hand when they might have touched that surface.
Okay. Tell us about the, what did you call it, the super glue process in which you're trying to lift prints?
So the super glue process is a fuming process. We'll place super glue in a small dish and place that on a hot plate. And that hot plate will cause the super glue to fume. And the fumes actually attach to these sweats and oils that make up the fingerprint. It will make it so that that print is easier to see, and it'll develop areas of that print that you wouldn't have seen otherwise.
And you did that with this Impala?
Yes, I did.
And I know you've testified you did that to the trunk area. Any other areas of the vehicle?
No, sir.
Okay. And other than the super glue fuming test, how else do you look for latent prints?
I also look visually using just normal light. I'll use a flashlight or a light bar at various angles. And then I also, in this case, used a dusting process that was just another way to try and develop anything that I could possibly see.
Okay. And Agent Dunn, can you identify this?
Yes, this is, looks like it's a copy of my report.
Is that your signature on the second page?
Yes, sir.
And I will move that as the next exhibit.
231.
Thank you. And if you would just hand that to the clerk. Agent Dunn, now let me refer you to a lab report that was issued on May 25th of 2018.
Yes, sir.
And as the exhibit, it's marked as 026A, which is a piece of black fiberglass from a field off McElhaney Road.
Yes, sir.
And what did you do there?
With this exhibit, I confined my processing
Hold
to...
up, hold up 1 second. Your microphone went out. Let's try it again.
Yeah, am I back?
You're back.
With this exhibit, I confined my processing to just a visual examination. It was incredibly dirty, and so I just looked with extra light, with like a flashlight or a light bar, and again, I did not find any fingerprints on this.
Thank you. Agent, can you identify this, please?
Yes, this is a copy of my report.
And I'll have that moved as the next exhibit, 232. And I'll pass the witness.
Question?
With latent fingerprints, it's not unusual for you not to find anything.
Not unusual at all.
But you didn't find anything.
That's correct.
Madam Brother.
Any further questions? Thank you, sir. You may step down and you're released from your subpoena.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Raj?
Agent Kyle Osborne, Your Honor.
Step on around here, please. Raise your right hand and place our clerk to be placed in the room.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give in this case be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Would you state your name and spell your first and last name, please, sir?
Kyle Osborne, Kyleosborne.
And Agent Osborne, where are you employed?
I am employed at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Nashville Crime Laboratory.
And what do you do at the crime lab?
I'm a special agent forensic scientist assigned to the microanalysis unit.
All right, and we've talked a little bit about microanalysis already, so I won't go into the details too much, but what kind of training and experience do you have to allow you to perform your duties?
I have a Bachelor's of Arts in Chemistry from Vanderbilt University, as well as a Master's in Science from the Georgia Institute of Technology. On top of that, after I was hired at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, I underwent training courses in each discipline in which I do testing.
And have you testified as an expert in microanalysis before in Tennessee?
Yes, sir, I have.
Your Honor, I tender Agent Osborne an expert in microanalysis.
No objection. You're qualified as an expert in microanalysis.
So, Agent Osborne, I'm going to hand you a report. And do you recognize what I've handed you?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is it?
This appears to be an accurate copy of my official microanalysis report issued May 10th, 2021.
All right, so, and what were you testing in this report?
So in this report, I was testing our laboratory exhibit 20A, the shovel from 1112 Garners Creek Road.
All right, now, there were two shovels collected from Garners Creek Road. One was a cobalt shovel and the other had a wooden handle. Was this the wooden handle shovel that you were testing?
Yes, sir, it was.
All right. And there was a stain on the spade portion of the shovel. Is that accurate?
That is accurate. There was a stain on the head or spade of the shovel, as well as small amounts of staining near the joint where the handle meets the spade, and a small amount on the handle itself.
So, and you were tasked with trying to determine if that was bleach or what kind of stain that was. Is that correct?
That is correct. I was asked if that staining could potentially have been bleach.
All right, and what did you do to perform that test?
So to perform that testing, after I documented the packaging and the state of the shovel, I, using a scalpel, scraped small amounts from each of those stained areas into a petri dish, and those scraped samples of that white staining were then attempted to be dissolved in a small amount of purified water. At that point, after they had been taken some time to potentially dissolve, that water was tested to see if that solution was an acid or a base.
Okay, and what was the solution, an acid or a base, when you tested it?
The solution from each of those areas was neutral, so it was neither acidic nor basic.
So had the stain been bleach, what would you have expected to see?
Had that have been bleach that had redissolved, that solution should have been basic.
All right. Your Honor, I would move his report as the next exhibit and pass the witness.
233. Mitchell?
Your examination determined that there was a stain on the shovel, but it wasn't bleached.
That's correct. There was staining on the shovel, but it was not acidic or basic, so it was not bleach.
Could have been anything.
That's correct. I don't know what the staining was.
None, Your Honor. Please arrest.
None, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Austin. You write that down.
Maybe have a sidebar.
Yes.
Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. And before we get started, I do just want to tell you thank you for being here. I know you've been away from your families a long time, traveled a long way. You've been really patient with us, and it's obvious that you've all been attentive throughout the trial, and I know everyone here appreciates that. So I just wanted to say thank you before we get going. But we're here today to talk about Joe Clyde Daniels. Joe Clyde, he loved his flannel shirts, he loved his cowboy boots, and he loved to eat apples. You heard from Miss Donnerstag, Joe Clyde was full of life. He loved to have fun, and he liked to go to school and to learn. He had some physical and mental limitations. He was developmentally delayed, especially when compared to his peers. You heard that he couldn't speak very well. Full sentences were not something that he'd learned to do yet. He scored in the first percentile of gross motor skills, but he was making progress in his time at school. Mrs. Donnerstag and other teachers at Centennial were working hard with him, and he was making good progress. But then all that came to an end on a dark, cold, stormy night in April of 2018. And to tell you a little bit more about that, I want to refer you to the testimony that you heard of young Alex Nolan. Alex testified that him and Joe Clyde got home from school on April the 3rd, or a little after 3 o'clock. You saw the bus video. You saw them getting off the school bus. Aunt Joyce met them at the end of the driveway, and they walked up to the house, and it was a normal day. It was a normal afternoon. Nothing was out of the ordinary. They ate supper, and eventually they went to bed. You heard testimony that Joe Clyde and Alex slept in the master bedroom, right here. This is the living room, dining room, kitchen, and the other bedrooms. So the testimony was that Alex and Joe Clyde watched TV and they fell asleep in the master bedroom. Alex was awakened when Joe Clyde had peed on the floor. He walked to the other end of the house, told the defendant and Crystal Daniels what had happened, and they told him to go back to bed. So Alex went back to bed and went back to sleep. And you heard from his testimony the next thing that he knew, he was awakened by a loud thump. He said, I let things cool down for a few seconds before he went out to see what was going on. And as we've spoken, the master bedroom is right next to the living room. He looks out the doors into the living room, and what he saw would change the course of his life and many others forever. He saw the defendant, Joseph Daniels, standing over the lifeless body of Joe Clyde. He saw Aunt Joyce and Noah in the kitchen, and Crystal hiding at the other end of the house, just peeking around the corner. Later, a few minutes later, a few seconds later, he saw the defendant pick up the body and carry it outside. They went out the back door of the house, and Alex said he followed him a little later. After a few seconds, he went out to see what was going on. He said that the defendant laid the body of Joe Clyde in the front yard and then was walking all around the backyard. The defendant threatened Alex. If you don't help me, I'm going to beat you. So Alex opened the trunk and suggested putting the body in there. The defendant decided not to do that. He picked up the body and walked down the driveway. We can't tell you why he decided to carry the body down the driveway. We don't know. We know he did. Alex said he did. We also know that Jeannie Jones saw him down the road about 0.8 of a mile. She never wavered from saying it was him. She said he wasn't looking directly at me, but I saw him. Daniel McCormick saw somebody down there at the end of the driveway. We can't tell you if he saw the defendant, if he saw Joe Clyde, or if he saw Alex. We know that all three of them were out there that night. We know the defendant was hiding the body. We know Joe Clyde was out running for his life. And we know that Alex walked to the end of the driveway trying to see where the defendant was carrying his little brother's body. After that, after Alex watched the defendant carry the body south on Garner's Creek, he went back to the house. And he said, I tried to go to sleep as his young mind was trying to process what he'd seen. He said it was hard, but eventually I did. I was able to go back to sleep. You saw Alex testify. He was 8 years old when this happened. And he said, I didn't tell the truth in the beginning because I was trying to protect him. But that was a lie. He said, I'm here to tell you the truth now. I'm here to tell you what happened. And here's what the defendant says about Alex.
Alex, yeah, he's a good boy. He is alive. He tells the truth. It's always admirable. We talk not to lie to anybody, tell the truth. I'll interview Alex and make sure he told everything.
The defendant says, Alex is a good boy. He doesn't lie. I know they interviewed him. I'm pretty sure he told him everything. Alex came in here this week and he told y'all everything. In the face of his stepdad, in the face of his grandparents, being questioned by lawyers, he came in and he told you what happened. Now, he said that he watched Joseph Daniels carry the body down the road. And there's been a lot of things said about the body and about where the body is. And if you recall, almost 2 weeks ago at the convention center, I told you at the end of the trial, you're not going to know. We can't tell you. The law doesn't require us to tell you. He says, I laid him in a field. Other times he says, I buried him. Other times he says, I threw him in the river. Other times he says, I put him in a pond. We can't tell you where the body is. We don't know if he buried him, he put him in the river, he put him in the pond, he put him in a dumpster somewhere like Love's Truck Stop or some other place. But what we do know is what Alex saw. We know what the defendant confessed to. We know what Jeannie Jones saw. So the night of April the 3rd, 2018, Alex goes back to sleep. And then he's awakened by the defendant the next morning, the morning of April the 4th, and the defendant's lie begins. The defendant concocts this story. Well, Joe Clyde, he must have just wanted to escape in the middle of the night. And think about that word, escape. Someone's child escaping from your house, from their own home. Escape. It's an interesting choice of words. But he must have escaped. He must have pushed the coffee table from the living room over to the door. He must have climbed up on the coffee table. You heard Miss Donnerstag say he probably couldn't have done that. He struggled making big steps like that and climbing like that. You heard Alex say, I've never seen him climb on the coffee table. But he must have pushed the coffee table over, he must have climbed up, he must have found the key, and he must have got the key in the lock, and he must have unlocked the lock. You heard the testimony, he struggled to unlock that toy plastic lock with the great big key that we brought in here and showed you. But this lock that's up near the door, up near the top of the door, over his head, he must have somehow got unlocked. He got the lock out of the latch, he put the key back on the mantle, because of course kids put keys back where they go and stuff back where they go. He threw the lock down in the toys, and then he pushed the coffee table back where it goes. And he did all this without making any noise. Now, Ms. Donnerstag and even the defendant have all said Joe Clyde was not quiet. When Joe Clyde was doing something, you knew it because he made noise. But this night, he must have done all this without making any sound. He didn't slam the door when he escaped because the defendant testified we can hear the door shut. But he must have escaped. Despite all odds, all these things that no one's ever seen him do before, he learned how to do all those things in the middle of the night and escaped. And based on that statement, one of the largest searches for a person in Middle Tennessee ensued. You've heard that there were hundreds and hundreds of citizen volunteers. There was over 20 law enforcement and emergency responder agencies that came and helped look. There was helicopters flying grid patterns. The TBI's airplane with its infrared camera was searching. You could see deer walking. You could see cows laying in the field. Ponds were drained. Sonar was run through ponds. The area was combed. No Joe Clyde. And we've heard testimony about the large search area. And right here is the area of Harris Road. We know that the defendant's house is up off of the map. And he's down here. The search extends down into Hickman County. You can see right here, it says Dickson County. Right here is Hickman County, and that's the county line. The defendant's house is up north in Dickson County. The search extended all the way out into Hickman County. From 112 Garners Creek in Dickson County, about 6 miles, I believe was the testimony of the search, and it extended down into Hickman County. There's a picture of the latch, the lock, the key, all that Joe Clyde, according to the defendant, learned how to operate in the middle of the night so that he could escape. The TBI, once suspicion started getting raised, questions started getting asked, there was a search of the house done on April the 7th. This is the exhibit from Greg Fort. He says the VCR team responded to 1112 Garners Creek Road in Dickson, Tennessee, Dickson County, and they conducted a search. One of the things that was noted, as you'll note, there wasn't a whole lot found. You heard testimony from Agent Fort, though. He said it looked like the house had been cleaned. It had been vacuumed. It had been picked up. There was a possible bleach stain. He said, we can't tell you for sure whether or not it was bleach, in front of the coffee table in the living room. And the search goes on. But on April the 6th of 2018, the truth begins to come out. Agent Joey Boyd interviews the defendant, and he begins to come out with the truth of what happened. He beat his son. He threw him on the coffee table. He killed him. He disposed of the body. Detective Trevor Daniel takes the defendant out to McElhaney Road. He makes several comments on the way out there. I want the donations to go to his funeral expenses. Why did I kill my son? Alex was a good boy. He doesn't lie. And many more statements. He gives a written statement later on that night. I lied about where I told you the body was, but I killed my son. I disposed of the body. The next day, April the 7th, the defendant requests TBI to come talk to him. So they do. He says, I killed my son. He's consistent with that truth. But I think I threw his body in the river. So they drive down to the Piney River and multiple rivers. The Piney River specifically, the defendant says, I think it was here. I believe it was 7 or 8 out of 10 sure that he threw him in the Piney River. The defendant's driven back up where he talks to his dad. This is not a police questioning. This is the defendant speaking with his father, and what does he tell his father? I killed Joe. Ladies and gentlemen, he is consistent that he killed Joe Clyde. The place where he put the body changes. He didn't tell where he put the body. But think back through the witnesses. Has there been one single witness who testified that this was a false confession? Has there been one single exhibit saying this was a false confession? There's been inferences made by attorneys, but think back through the proof in your mind. And then think back through the statements that were made, because they were all consistent, and he killed his son. I want to get into a little bit now of what we have to prove. This is some of the jury instructions that the judge is going to read to you. Premeditated murder. The defendant unlawfully and intentionally killed the victim, Joe Clyde Daniels. We know he did that. We've gone through that evidence and that testimony. He did it with premeditation. We haven't talked about that yet. Let's talk a little bit about premeditation. What is that? Premeditation is an act is done after the exercise of reflection and judgment. Premeditation means that the intent to kill must have been formed prior to the act itself. It is not necessary that the purpose to kill pre-exist in the mind of the accused for any definite period of time. He had to form the intent to kill Joe Clyde Daniels before he actually killed Joe Clyde Daniels. So the question for the jury, for y'all, is did he do that? And I want to take you back through some of the other proof. And this is hard to see, but it's been made an exhibit, and it'll go back with you. The defendant lost his job, quit, and the resignation was accepted and made effective immediately on February the 28th. And that began what was a downward spiral for Mr. Daniels. You sat and listened to some very explicit messages, which we're not going to go back and rehash, but you heard them, you know what they said, between the defendant's wife and Crystal Daniels. Or excuse me, the defendant's wife, Crystal Daniels, and a Thomas Richards. Now, we submit that the evidence would show Mr. Daniels found those messages, and here's why. Again, on the screen, it's a little difficult to see, but it'll go back with you. You remember the last of the explicit messages ended March 28th. And on the screen there, it's Thomas Richards says, KK night. Then on 3/29, he messages Crystal Daniels and says, hi. No response. 3:30, what's up? No response. Then again on 4/1, yo, no response. The defendant, after reading those messages, knew, or at least he thought, based on his reading of those messages, that his wife was going to leave him. She wanted another man. She'd started an online relationship with this man. But importantly, he knew she needed Joe Clyde to be able to do that. Do you remember the message she sent to Mr. Richards? I get $1,200 a month for Joe Clyde. With that and a job, do you think I can make it? That planted the seed in the defendant's mind. My wife can't leave me without Joe Clyde because she needs the $1,200 a month she gets for his disability to be able to make it. And then on March the 30th, remember the responses were on the 29th, 30th, and April 1st. The hi, yo, what's up? In the middle of that, on March the 30th, on the defendant's phone, he begins searching anonymous paternal test and then visits a website about paternity testing. Paternity testing where the mother and father don't know. That was done at 11:51 p.m. and 11:52 p.m. on March the 30th. And then at 12:06 a.m. on March 31st, some 14 minutes later, he sends a message to his mother. F this world. By the time you read this, I'll be 6 feet under. And then on April the 3rd, he's visiting websites about airplane tickets, Greyhound bus tickets, rental car, some of that being in Wichita, Kansas, which is where Thomas Richards lives, where his wife was planning to go with Alex on a trip. And then on 4/3, Mr. Daniels' wife texts him and says, where are you? And he says, mental health. And it's important to note, if you recall from the testimony, at this point, Big Joe and Belle were gone on the truck. They weren't home. The seed was planted that Crystal needed Joe Clyde's money to be able to leave the defendant.
Shut the door. I moved the coffee table.
I let him out. I shut the door. I moved the coffee table.
When we called him, he was on the road. And did you carry him back in or walk him back in? I'm walking back in. You walk him back in, re-roll him to him? Good. Yes. You get back inside. You spanked him some more?
The defendant let Joe Clyde out. He put him out. He closed the door. He moved the coffee table. He went out and caught Joe Clyde down by the road and took him back up to the house. Premeditation, ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you, began to be formed when he found those messages, and it was formed on that trip back up to the house. Because what happened when they got back to the house? The defendant killed Joe Clyde. Alex walks out, sees the defendant standing over Joe Clyde's lifeless body. Felony murder. That the defendant unlawfully killed the victim, Joe Clyde, and that the killing was committed in the perpetration or the attempt to perpetrate aggravated child abuse. and that the defendant intended to commit the aggravated child abuse.
How'd you beat me? So on the floor. What else did you do? Spanked him? What was on the floor? Countless times. How else did you beat me? So on a hot table.
How'd you beat him? I threw him on the floor. I spanked him countless times. I threw him on the coffee table. Might that have made a thump that woke up young Alex?
So you never tell her exactly what happened, did you?
No.
Why not?
Because I was afraid that somebody was saying, I need help. I need help. I've been to the hospital several times for something like this. Not for this long. Not for this. I'm not for this. Why did I kill myself?
Before we go any further, I want to make a note here. Did you hear that last statement? Why did I kill my son? Think about the other statements that you've heard the defendant say. That boy. The boy. But here, as the truth is coming out, it's why did I kill my son? He says he never told Crystal exactly what happened because he was afraid someone would find out. Aggravated child abuse requires the defendant knowingly, other than by accidental means, treat a child in such a manner as to inflict injury. We know that happened because Joe Clyde was killed. The act of abuse resulted in serious bodily injury, that the child was 8 years of age or less, or vulnerable because the child was mentally defective. You have heard the testimony. Joe Clyde was 5 years old when he was killed. You've also heard the testimony about Joe Clyde being developmentally delayed.
Oh, no. Okay, come here, letters. And go. Joe. Joe. Hey, I want to hear you. A. Uh-oh. I don't hear. Say it. A. Your turn. E. Good job. E. Good. E. What's next? A. F. Ah. Good.
Joe Clyde was slower than some of his peers, but he was making progress until the night of April the 3rd of 2018. You heard Alex testify as to what he saw that night. You heard the defendant's consistent confessions to killing his son. You heard from the statement between Noah and Aunt Joyce. Joe dead, Joe dead, Joe dead, was Noah's statement. Aunt Joyce's reply, yes, baby, Joe dead. And ladies and gentlemen, that's why we're here. When you go back to deliberate, we're going to ask you to return a verdict of guilty. Because the night of April the 3rd, 2018, that man killed his son on a cold, dark, stormy night and hid his body. Don't reward him for concealing the body. He killed his son. We ask that you would find him guilty of it.
Defense ready?
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here. Thank you for coming all the way up from Chattanooga. Thank you for being patient. It's been a long trial. I ask that you be patient because this is probably going to be a pretty long closing argument. So if you could, just bear with me. This trial starts with a family story of what happened on the night of April the 3rd. The family story starts with Joe Clyde peeing on the floor. And remember, that's based off of the family story. The state could have proven to you that he had peed on the floor. They literally tore the carpet out of that house. But they didn't do that. And there are going to be a lot of components of this story where they say, you have to know these things happened, even though we didn't prove them. But that's the first one. The first one is that they have not proven that Joe Clyde even peed on the floor. There's a lock. There's a lock on the door, and the defense is not going to contend that Joe Clyde could open that. He didn't have the motor skills. You've seen the videos.
You've seen how he interacts with things. He wasn't able to unlock that door. That door was unlocked. But what that lock is proof of is the fact that Joe Clyde did leave that home. There were times when he was getting out of the house. The family had put something in front of the front door, and they had added a lock to the back door. This was not an elaborate scheme. This was a child who got out of the home. The state spent a lot of time trying to disprove that portion of the family story, trying to tell you that it's not possible for him to do that. But remember that the state's burden is to prove something happened, not to poke holes in the family story about what happened, not to say, well, that doesn't seem realistic. They're supposed to prove that a murder occurred. Let's talk about the coffee table. The story about the coffee table begins with Mr. Daniels saying that when he woke up that morning, the table was moved. He doesn't say the table was in front of the door. He doesn't say it was right there so Joe Clyde could have climbed up on it to get the lock. He said, when I got up that morning, I had clothes for Alex, I had clothes for Joe Clyde, and I went in there, I set them down on the coffee table, and something strange was going on. It had been moved. When directly asked about it, they say, could Joe Clyde have unlocked that lock? Could he have climbed up there? And Mr. Daniels, talking to Detective McCartney, says, that's a good question. I've never seen him do it. I don't know if he could do it. I think he could. And my wife says that she's seen him climbing up there and stuff, and he watches me, but I don't know. The next morning when he wakes up at 5:30 and says his child is missing, the state put on the bus driver, Mr. Longden. He says he saw Joseph Daniels in his car talking to other children in the neighborhood. He had pulled down the road. He was asking them, had they seen Joe Clyde? The state asked you to pay attention to his actions that morning. Watch where he's going. See how strange it is. The testimony and proof has shown that that morning, the police arrive. They've already searched around the house. They're driving up and down the road trying to find where the neighbors, if anybody's seen him. And the police start searching. And so Mr. Daniels is a father of a child. He continues to search. He knows he's not right around the house. So what does he do? He gets in his car, he starts driving around. That's not suspicious. That's a father looking for his child. The state has shown you 2 videos of that vehicle leaving the house and then coming back, and they're obviously inconsistent. It shows him leaving, going south, and then it shows him coming from the north back in with Crystal. They've implied that that's some kind of lie because he says that Crystal wasn't in the car with him. But they have helicopters circling the house. They have hundreds of people searching. You've heard testimony that they had their cell phones and knew where they were. Knew if they were in the house that night, knew where they were that day, and they gave you no proof as to any suspicious activity as to where he went that day. They've shown you a video of him going south and then coming back in from the north. And they've said, he's doing something weird. No, he's looking for his kid. And at some point, while he's circling the neighborhood, he picks his wife up and drops her back off at the house. Brett Morris and Chad Bailey come in and they tell you that they heard Noah Daniels say, Joe dead. But multiple people have come in and testified that at that period of time, on that day, dogs had tracked his scent to a pond, and they were draining that pond. Not only were they draining that pond, but they had divers and other locations searching ponds for Joe Clyde. The family had to know this isn't evidence of murder. This is evidence of a crisis. This is evidence of a family who have been told to sit in a room because if you go outside, your scent might negatively affect the way the dogs can track. And they're sitting around a house, and they're being told he was tracked to a pond. They're draining the pond. That's not evidence of murder. The state has put a lot of emphasis on the fact that Mr. Daniels panicked and thought that there's a chance Joe Clyde had gotten into the trunk of the car. He's in the house, Mr. Daniels that is, and he's been told to stay there. He calls the authorities and says, will you check the trunk of my car? There's nothing irrational about a father who's missing a child, whose child's been missing for hours, saying, will you just look in the car? Maybe he's been in the trunk the whole time. But the state wants you to believe that that's evidence that he was hiding something. None of that's logical. The idea of murdering your child in the middle of the night and then asking people to come look for you, asking people to come search for him,
asking people to go look at where you supposedly put the body to carry it off. None of that stuff's logical. He's looking for his kid. Detective McCartney shows up at the scene. She testified that she showed up sometime slightly after 9 o'clock. She's given access to the home, unlimited access. Walk around, look in the closets, take photos, do whatever you need to do. She searches that house and she testified that she found nothing. Nothing to indicate that there was foul play. She took photos. She then asked Mr. Daniels if he'll show her where he went that morning. She's not helping him search for his kid. She's interrogating him. She puts a recorder on. She asks him questions. They're driving around. They're trying to track where he went. And they know where he went. And they have that information. And it's just not unusual enough to put it up there for you. He drove up and down the road. He drove to a distance that he thought this is about as far. He wouldn't have gone this far, and he turned around. Then he goes to another place. Drives out there until he says, you know what, this is too far, and he turns around. When that interview ends, you can hear that Daniel McCormick has shown up on the scene. Daniel McCormick is completely independent, has no skin in the game whatsoever. He's just up at Belmont University working, and he comes home. The TBI track and show that he was at the Love's gas station sometime after midnight on the same day that Joe Clyde went missing, and that he bought some Dr. Pepper. They use that information to extrapolate when he would have driven by, and then he gives you a couple of locations where he thinks he saw someone. Now, he's jumped around, but he says a person in the pajamas the kid was wearing, a person less than 5 feet tall that definitely was not Mr. Daniels, and definitely was not wearing the shirt Mr. Daniels was wearing. State put on a woman by the name of Jenny Jones. Originally, she calls in, it's in the CAD report. You'll have the CAD report when you get back there. You can look at it. In the CAD report, she calls in and says she saw a strange man that night. Then, because this is an incredibly publicized trial and publicized events, once Mr. Daniels' photo is up on the television, she calls in and says, that was him. She also said, and Agent Boyd says, that he was facing the woods and she never saw his face. Then she comes in today and says she did see his face and she did see what he was wearing, but she doesn't describe what he was wearing. She says red shorts and then a white shirt with some blue and red in it. But the state has showed you photos of the day that Joe Clyde went missing. Mr. Daniels was wearing a black shirt with a green alien on it. So she does not know what she saw. Going to go out of order of how they were called, but the next person chronologically that should be talked about is going to be Agent Kennard. Agent Kennard comes to the house at 10 p.m. that night and starts to question Mr. Daniels, and you have that transcript. He questions him. At this point, Mr. Daniels has been questioned by first responders. He's been questioned by the search and rescue teams. Trevor Daniels says he's questioned him earlier that day. Agent McCartney questioned him, and likely other people who've been around the area have asked him what happened that night. Not only does Mr. Daniels tell a story of the same family story of he peed on the floor at 11:30, I got up. There are slight changes. It's been 12 hours. He's told the story 10 times probably. And the state wants you to believe that that's proof that he's lying. But he also tells Agent Kennard, I think y'all should start looking at loves. Joe Clyde loved his Nana, and he would have went there. He tells him that Big Joe's how I'm going to call him, but the grandfather, it's too many Josephs. When Big Joe left in his truck, he took Nana with him, and Joe Clyde loves his Nana. If Nana had been here, he wouldn't have ran away. He loves his Nana, and he was upset when she decided to go in the truck with Big Joe and didn't even go down to Love's with him. So he thinks maybe he went down there. LaVon Chapman Robbins says that she saw Mr. Daniels at around 2:40, 2:50 in the morning. She works at Love's gas station. This is the same night that Mr. Daniels has told Agent Kennard, you should be looking at Love's. What if he went down there? Maybe we should be showing people pictures down there. So he goes down, he buys a pack of cigarettes, he leaves, turns around on Harris Road, and drives back. He's driving slowly. That's been testified to. Who knows why? Maybe he's looking for Joe Clyde. It doesn't matter. He goes back in there and he shows him a picture. And she testified that was weird that he stayed there so long. But if you look at her statement, Madam Clerk, can I have Exhibit 177? This is what's said. I went inside and clocked in. The man from the red car came inside. I asked him if he was looking for the little boy. He said he was, or that was his son. He had no emotions. He said he was looking for his son. My manager, Lee Gervais, told him that the TBI had been there and that they have a suspect. Mr. Daniels asked for a description. They had a conversation. I don't remember Mr. Daniels buying anything. He showed pictures of his son on his phone. I remember that I did not notice any marks on his hands. He left the store. About 10 minutes later, his father, Joe Daniels, called. I saw his name on the caller ID. He wanted a description of the suspect. He spoke to a manager. There's nothing unusual or odd about a father who can't sleep on the night that his son's missing, who goes in and finds out that a TBI agent may or may not have made a suspect at the store and asks for a description. The fact that you watched a conversation that lasted several minutes makes perfect sense if the man is telling him about what they know about the investigation. He just wants to know what's been found. He wants to know what's going on. He wants to know where his son is. Arguably, when he leaves the gas station, the next thing he's going to do is call his dad. His dad's out of town. He's driving home. He tells him what he heard. It takes about 14 minutes to make it from the Love's gas station to his house. If you'd had phone data, you would know where he went. He calls his father, and his father wants to know, so they call down. And it just shows that the next events in sequence are him calling his dad. Zach Burkhart, the lead detective, took the stand yesterday. And when he's confronted by Mr. Lockhart, the responses are a mirror to the investigation in this case. The defense has argued and maintained that the investigation stopped once the confession happened. If Mr. Lockhart asked him, should something have been done by the state, and it wasn't done, his answer was, Mr. Daniels confessed. That's what the defense means when they say that the investigation ceased. If there were leads and they didn't fit the story, they weren't followed up on. If they didn't follow what was going on with the false confession, then they didn't look into it. The DA gave several other examples of the failings of the state's case through Agent Burkhart. The defense multiple times has talked about different leads that weren't followed up with dogs. The point of that argument is that they had people calling, saying things like, a child's shoes were missing. Someone had stolen shoes off of a porch. Or that a child cited a kid in muddy pajamas. The TBI didn't follow up on those because there was a confession. They didn't bring the dogs out there and search those areas. There's no argument that Joe Clyde Daniels went north, stole a pair of shoes, walked back and forth through the command center, and then went 14 miles round trip to make it to a place south. No, the point is there were other possibilities. He could have been north, and they didn't follow up on it. He could have been south, and they didn't follow up on it. The other thing that they got, and by they I mean the state, out of Agent Burkhart is the testimony or the Facebook messages from Crystal Daniels. There is no logical connection to Crystal Daniels wanting to have a divorce and Mr. Daniels killing his son. They'd have no proof that Mr. Daniels saw those, and let's say he did see them. What do they say? They say she wants away from him. They say she's tired of him. He's a child. I don't want to be here anymore. I want divorce. I want to move on. The statement from Alex Nolan is that she watched him kill Joe Clyde Daniels. She wants to get away. Why not call the police? Why not tell him what happened? Because it didn't happen. She wasn't going to say he killed their son because they didn't see that. If those things had happened, she wanted out of that relationship. She wanted somewhere else. They also put on pictures of the house that's been cleaned up. It's 3 or 4 days later. The grandmother's back home. The house had been vacuumed. That is not proof of murder. The idea that someone comes home and picks up their house, the toys are all still out there. They're just pushed to the wall. The floor's vacuumed. They're hiding stuff. All right. I'm going to go through this confession. We've got to do it. It's going to take a second. I wish y'all had your copies, but if you want to, you can write down some of these pages. We're going to talk about what makes a false confession. But before I do that, I want to talk about how do you prove something is a false confession? You can prove something is a false confession because all of the things that are said in it are false. If nothing there's true, then it's a false confession. On page 86, Agent Faulkner says, listen to me. They've done a lot of stuff with phones. A lot of phone stuff. Phone records, today, the last couple of days. There's no doubt someone's phone went somewhere during the night, okay? And I don't know if it was an accident, either you or Crystal hurt little Joe, or someone else did. There's no doubt something happened. This interview is taking place on the 6th. And what Mr. Daniels knows at this point is that they have talked to Alex Nolan. They talked to Alex Nolan on the 5th. You watched that video. Mr. Daniels did not. He does not know what Alex has said. I'm skipping over a lot of stuff, but you watched the interrogation. You've read the transcripts. You have transcripts back there. Understand that things that are being skipped over only help Mr. Daniels because he is denying anything happened. There are pages and pages of, I didn't do it, I don't know, but I'm not going to bore you with that. Page 94. This is Agent Boyd. He says, we know things. We know this stuff that's been left out. We need you to have that realization, you know. We need you to tell us the whole truth. He's trying his best to convince Mr. Daniels that they know something they don't. They don't have any information. The only thing they have is the statement of Alex Nolan. He's lying to him. He's bluffing him. He's trying to coerce some kind of anything out of him. Page 110. I'm here for the truth. And if this is Agent Boyd, someone else did something to him, I would be here talking to them, just like you, because I would know that. But Joe, I'm not. I'm here talking to you. He's reminding him, I know and you don't. I know what's happening. You don't know what's happening. I just need you to tell me. Page 124. Agent Faulkner. Joe, little Joe deserves. He's somewhere alone. Think about that. You know where he's at. You can tell us. You can help us bring little Joe home. Joe, be a man. You're better than this, okay? Agent Boyd. That. You know, little Joe deserves more. Joe Daniels, I know that. Agent Boyd. He deserves to properly be laid to rest. You saw this. His reaction was, what? Agent Boyd says, doesn't he? And Joe says, they found him? At this point, the new piece of information that Mr. Daniels is given, or at least that he thinks he's being given, is that Joe Clyde's dead and they know it. Page 127. This is one page later. Agent Boyd, we're talking to Crystal too. We're talking to the other kids. We've done a lot of stuff you don't even know about. There's a lot of stuff happening right now and you don't know about it. So every time you say, I don't know, and I didn't do this, and I didn't do that, I'm telling you the truth when you're not. Don't. When we know those things aren't true, you're digging yourself in a hole. It gets deeper and deeper and deeper. Just more of Agent Boyd lying to him, telling him that he knows something that he doesn't know. Page 131, Agent Faulkner. Joe, somebody in your house did something to little Joe that night, and they took him out and put him somewhere. He didn't leave that house on his own. He didn't unlock that door. He didn't climb up on the coffee table. He didn't go over and find the key. And you talked about how hard it was to unlock the lock. All this didn't happen, okay? You, Alex, Crystal, somebody did something to little Joe and took him out of the house, and you know where he's at now. Next page, at 132. Agent Faulkner. If you didn't do it, then you know who did. Agent Boyd, tell us what happened to baby Joe. You, Alex, or Crystal did something to him. I didn't do anything to him. I'm telling you the truth. Agent Boyd again. You, Alex, or Crystal did something to him. You know it is, and you know where he is. At the beginning of this, I asked you what would make you lie. What would make you tell someone you killed your son? Page 134. So it was you that did something to Baby Joe? No, I didn't do anything to Baby Joe. Well, Crystal was sleeping. I'd hate to think Alex did it. But maybe he did. Mr. Daniels thinks that the only thing they know is whatever Alex told them. Agent Boyd is threatening to investigate Alex. The next page, page 135. Agent Boyd, I understand that. What I wish you would believe me when I told you that no matter what you tell me right now, you tell me the truth, you'll walk out that door. You're walking out of here, okay? I promise. I can promise you that no matter what you say right now, you're walking out that door. He's asking him to say Alex did it. He's telling him that he needs him to tell him what happened. They already know Joe's dead. They've already talked to Alex. We need you to tell us what happened. People don't walk out the door when they admit to murder. Page 146. At this point, Mr. Daniels is starting to tell them stuff that he may have blacked out and done. He doesn't remember anything. He may have blacked out and had some subconscious action that took place. Joe Daniels says, there's stuff that happens that I don't remember. And Agent Boyd says, tell me what you did to Baby Joe. I need you to look up at me, okay? What did you do to Baby Joe? Agent Faulkner, Joe, you could have blacked out and don't remember what actually happened. And you know, afterwards what happened, right? I mean, you don't remember physically, but you could have blacked out and done something accidentally. But afterwards, you do remember the results of what happened. So Agent Faulkner starts telling him, maybe you blacked out. Mr. Daniels, at this point on the next page says, I let him out. He doesn't say I killed him. He tries to give them something. He doesn't know what Alex has told them, so he says, it was me. I let him out. Throughout this entire time, he continues to say, I blacked out, I don't remember. On page 155, he says, I didn't do anything to Joe. I don't remember touching him. There are things I don't remember. Agent Boyd says, tell me what happened to Baby Joe. Joseph says, okay, I unlocked the door. I pushed the coffee table out of the way in a weird way. I don't know why. I don't know what happened. And I let him out. I told him to get out. I don't remember doing that. And Agent Faulkner says, you remember that, right? Even Agent Faulkner is questioning whether these are statements of reality or something he's just making up at this point. Page 163, at this point, he's let him out of the house, he's chased him down, he's brought him back, he's chased him down. Remember in Alex's statement that he was woken up by a noise? The state's arguing two sides of the same coin right here. They're saying that nobody would have heard little Joe sneak out because the door slams. They're also saying believe his statement because he's let Joe out twice, he's come back in, but the first time Alex hears anything is when he's thrown down on the coffee table. Page 165, Joe Daniels. Alex is a witness, right? That ends with a question mark. He doesn't know if Alex is a witness. Agent Boyd says, yeah, I hear you. The next one in the transcript doesn't have a question mark. It should, because he says he saw everything. Boyd then continues to question about what happened. But Mr. Daniels doesn't know if Alex saw anything. Page 175. Yeah, I'd realized that I didn't know what was going on the night before. It's really hard to, when you black out like that. I don't remember what happened until you sit here and think about it, because they're telling him over and over again, stop thinking about what you have to say, just tell us what happened. He said, well, I don't remember it. Apparently I had to black out, so I'm having to think about what could have happened. Page 179. I'm actually going to move back to page 178. Throughout page 178, they're asking him when he told people. What did you tell Crystal? When did you tell? Well, no. What did you tell Crystal about this? I haven't told her. What did you tell? When did you tell her the story? About Joe being gone? About all the stuff you're telling us? I never told her. When did you tell her the story? I haven't told her. I haven't told anybody. When did you talk to Alex about it? I didn't tell him about it either. You didn't have to. He saw. Agent Boyd once again affirms to Mr. Daniels that Alex already knows. He saw it. You didn't have to tell him anything. And what does Mr. Daniels say? Are you suggesting that I killed my son? He's still trying to figure out what it is Alex told him. I'm asking you, when you told Alex about it, you talked to Alex about it because he saw. Alex, this is now Faulkner. Alex saw what happened, and Alex has been coached on what to say and what not to say, but he'll eventually tell everybody what he saw. Agent Boyd, what did you tell Alex? I didn't tell him anything. Agent Boyd, you didn't have to because he saw. What did you talk to Alex about? About him not being there? All about it, or about it all. Joe Daniels, I haven't told him. What did you tell Alex not to say? Joe Daniels, that's part of when after he was, I let him out. What did you tell Alex? That if he would tell anybody, I was going to beat him. That's what he said, right? That's what he's told y'all. He's asking them. I told him I beat him, right? That's what y'all want me to say? That's what he told you I said? Agent Boyd, I believe you. What else? Page 192, he tells him that he put the body on McElhaney Road. Why would he do that? Because on page 125, for whatever reason, Agent Faulkner says, tell me about the dirt road. What happened on the dirt road? He thinks that something happened on a dirt road. So he picks the nearest one to his house. You'll have your transcripts. You should read it all. Because when you read through it, you can tell that he denies it, he denies it, he denies it, all the way up until he's promised nothing will happen, and he's told that they're looking at his son. I'm not going to call Alex Nolan a liar, because he's not. He's a child. He's 12 years old. He got up here and he presented to you the facts he's been given. You watched the video of him almost immediately after he finds out that his father confessed to this. And when they say, your father did it, he says, why would he do that to little Joe? He doesn't say, yeah, beat him to death in the living room. He told me not to tell you. No, he's confused. For an hour, they question him. For an hour, they tell him not only that he saw it, not only that it happened, but that his dad told him that he saw it. His dad says, tell Alex. Alex can tell you the details. Because he does say that. In the confession, he tells them. They ask him for more details. He says, ask Alex for the details. Why? Because he doesn't know what happened. And he doesn't want to mess up whatever Alex said. He's guessing. He says he's talking to them about stuff he did subconsciously. He says multiple times in the interrogation, he's speculating. And then when they take him out there, he asks Agent Trevor Daniels, he says, what did Alex say? And when Trevor Daniels says, I can't tell you, his response is, he's a good kid. He doesn't lie. We've taught him not to lie. Believe him. Alex's story's changed over time. It's not his fault. I'd say the person who's most responsible for that change is Mr. Daniels, because they've confronted him over and over again with this confession, and they've tried to make his story match what they think is reality. Because the confession is that he beat his son to death in the living room, which the state is going to argue they can't prove to you because there was no evidence of it, but that they don't have to prove it to you because it's possible, and they can argue that maybe there just wasn't evidence. Alex is a victim in this case. Alex has been put through 50 interviews, interrogations, therapy sessions, whatever you want to call it, and been told that his reality is not true. He didn't go to sleep that night and then wake up and his brother's missing. That doesn't fit with their story. After the confession comes out, the TBI comes in the house. They brought in people who checked for blood. They checked the walls. They tore the carpet out of the house. They tested other things for bleach, and now they're going to say there's a spot that could have been bleached, but they didn't test it for bleach. And they also testified that even if it was bleached, they still think they would have found blood there. They didn't find any blood in that house. They didn't find any blood in the car. They didn't find anything on the trash in the car. They didn't find anything in the trunk, in the interior. They brought in shovels. They tested those. They found my client's DNA on the handle of a shovel he owns, his father's DNA on the handle of the shovel they own, and they say that was from sweat and contact. None of those things are proof of a murder. They don't have any proof of a murder. They checked the shovel for bleach. They showed you that they could have chosen to check to see if that spot was bleached. They didn't. They never found Joe Clyde Daniels. They stopped looking. They said, he's confessed, that's enough. They don't even have proof that he's dead. How can you convict somebody of murder when they don't have proof that he's dead? He could have been picked up and taken. They didn't check into the neighbor. They didn't even take his phone. He could have been walking down the road. Someone says they saw him 6 miles away. I'm not trying to tell you that's realistic. I'm just telling you it's possible, and they didn't look into it. They had their confession. They were done. The judge is going to make it. He's going to give you a lot of instructions, and I'm sorry, but you're going to sit through several minutes of him reading. But I'm going to read this one to you. It's on the very beginning. I want you to pay attention to it when you get back and you're deliberating. The nature of a homicide in a case is the body of a crime, or the Latin terms corpus delicti. Corpus delicti consists of two elements: the death of a human being and criminal agency in producing that death. Implicit in the latter is that the requirement of the state to prove that the death was not occasioned by natural causes, by accident, or by the deceased person. Corpus delicti means body of the crime, and the corpus delicti of a crime must be proven by the prosecution beyond a reasonable doubt. To establish the corpus delicti, the state must show a certain result has produced, and the result was caused by criminal agency. The identity of the wrongdoer is not part of the corpus delicti. The corpus delicti may be established by circumstantial evidence, but when circumstantial evidence is the sole basis of proof, the facts proven must be consistent with the hypothesis of guilt and must exclude every reasonable theory or hypothesis. That means that not only do they have to prove this to you beyond a reasonable doubt, they have to prove to you that there is no other reasonable theories about what could happen. Is it reasonable that someone left that lock off? Is it reasonable that one of the parents forgot to lock the door and the child went outside? Is it reasonable that someone could have picked him up while he was out on the road? Is it reasonable that a child walking down a highly trafficked area could have gotten hit by a car and maybe they decided to do something with him? He's not there. They searched. It's been testified over and over again that this was the largest search in the history of Middle Tennessee. They had helicopters. They had people walking shoulder to shoulder with GPS units. They had more tracking dogs than the lead detective can say. And they didn't find anything. The idea that he walked down the road carrying the body, and the agent testified that if he got tired, he could have set it down. No, that's not possible, because they had tracking dogs there. They would have tracked him down the road, especially if every once in a while he was setting the body down, but they didn't. Alex says that he watched him walk outside and set the body down in the yard, but that didn't happen, because they had dogs all over that place and never one did they hit on that area. The state's argument is illogical. The state's argument is that my client is a liar, but you got to believe him. He lied to you. He lied to the police when he called 911. He lied to the first responders when he told them what happened. He lied to Detective Trevor Daniels when he showed up and asked him what happened. He lied to Miss McCartney whenever she showed up and was questioning him. He was lying the entire time he was in that car talking to her. He lied to Agent Kennard. He lied to his dad. He lied to his wife. He lied to the Agent Boyd when he got there. He lied about all the things that happened in his confession because he didn't use the car. He wasn't out on McElhaney Road. All those things are lies. He's lied to you about everything, but you gotta believe him. He killed his son. That doesn't make any sense. How can you ever rest your head easy at night when they can't even prove this child is dead? How could you find someone guilty of a crime based solely on their confession when everything they said wasn't true? When you go back there and you're looking through this, look at what they gave you. Think about what they didn't give you. They never gave you any proof.
Crouch.
Ladies and gentlemen, I too would like to thank you for your service over the last many days and your attentiveness to the evidence that's been presented. I hope that we, and myself and the staff here, have presented the evidence in a reasonable and professional manner with as much dignity as we could. I hope you noticed right out of the gate, with the defendant's argument that the only confession he's even disputed is April 6th of Agent Boyd. But what about right after Agent Boyd, when he's in the vehicle with Trevor Daniels? Trevor Daniels not asking him any questions at all, none. So how is that false confession? And y'all listen to 13 clips from Trevor Daniels' video. 13. No questions asked. These were just spontaneous statements made by the defendant, all claiming to either have killed his son or claiming how honest Alex is, that he's a good boy, he wouldn't lie, we told him not to lie. These are unsolicited. Nobody's asking him questions. So you know they're not false. There's nobody there asking him anything. They're just listening. What else does he say as they're driving to McElhaney Road? I want all the money that's been donated to go to the funeral expenses. My dad is going to kill me. My dad is going to kill me. And the detective does speak and reassures him, we're not going to let that happen. Why would dad want to kill him? Why would the defendant's own father want to kill him? Because he has killed. He committed murder. He killed his own son. And he's now in fear that his father will be mad, and rightly so. But all of those comments, all of them, unsolicited, no questions asked. They're just hidden talking. No false confession when someone's just talking. Let's go a little further in the night. He then acknowledges that he has lied about the location of the body and gives a written statement. A written and signed statement confessing again to the murder of his own son. How is that false? How is that coerced? He freely and voluntarily does these things. Now, go forward to the next day. The man requests to use the phone. He's not forced to use the phone. He requests to use the phone and calls the TBI and tells them he wants to help bring closure. If you're giving false confessions, why do you want to help bring closure? What he's doing, two things. He's still fishing for information to see what has been learned in this case. Why? Number one goal of the defendant, conceal, 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 conceal. He wants no one to see what he has done to this child. But he's the one that picks up the phone, mind you, for the second time, because the first time he picks up the phone is to initiate the false report. Go forward 2 days from the false report, and he picks up the phone at his own request and calls the TBI and has them come up there and drive him out to the command center and into Love's. And he admits again, I've killed my son. I've killed my son. I've thrown him off the bridge. How's that false? How's that coerced? He is the one that initiated. He is then taken over near the command post where his father is present. His own father gets in the vehicle with him. And he tells his own father, I killed my son. I killed Alex. I beat him. Is that coerced? Is father coercing now? When you have nothing else to argue, you argue false confession. When you have nothing else to argue, you argue false confession. And that's what the defense did. That's what they've been doing. Think about how badly they berated Jeannie Jones, who took the stand, came forward on her own, made a call, saying what she observed. And Mr. Locker wanted so badly to get her to say she didn't see somebody there. He tried every little trick he could to get her to say she was looking in the woods.
You can't imply that counsel's using tricks.
Counsel will refrain from trying to imply that there's any sort of deception or any sort of effort or logic on the part of the opposing counsel. But ladies and gentlemen, again, the argument of counsel is not evidence. It's just their explanation to you about what they believe the proof has shown. You will recall the testimony and you will recall the questions that were asked and the answers that were given.
He stood here and cross-examined Ms. Jones to the fullest extent he could to try to get her to shift away from the fact that she saw the defendant and he was wearing red shorts and a colorful shirt. That's indisputed. Now, the coloring on the shirt, red, white, blue, black, bright green, that's debated. The color of the shorts, red, absolute. He didn't even ask about the color of the shorts. And guess what? Guess what the defendant was wearing on April 6th when he gives his first confession? You see it, you saw him in the video. He pulls them up. He's asked, what shorts were you wearing when this occurred? He lifts his belt, pulls the red shorts. These. How's that coerced? How is that coerced when you just show the shorts you're wearing? It's a very simple question. Who would be coerced by asking, Ray, what color tie are you wearing? Navy. He didn't have to say these are the shorts I'm wearing, but he did. What shirt were you wearing? The alien shirt. It says, I believe. Did you wash it? Was the question from Agent Wood. Yes. Okay. Where was the shirt found? In the laundry room. In the dryer, confirming it had been washed. There's no false confession. Let's go back to what Alex said in one of the CAC interviews. This is a hoax. This whole thing was a hoax, and it was. A hoax that family had been forced into perpetrating forward out of fear of the defendant. Alex was threatened to be beaten and killed. And Mr. Mitchell wants to talk about what Alex said in his statement to the Child Advocacy Center, but don't forget his own father was there with him, standing right outside the door. And just 2 days before, I've been told you will be beaten or I'll kill you if you talk about this. An 8-year-old boy. What are you going to do if you're an 8-year-old boy and the man that you saw murder your brother is standing outside of the door waiting to get you after you finish the Child Advocacy Center interview? What are you going to say? That didn't do anything. But Alex does eventually talk. And it is untrue that he was interrogated 50 times, as suggested. He was questioned twice at the Child Advocacy Center, and you heard testimony that he had therapy from a doctor, not interrogations from law enforcement. See, that's kind of the thing. If you don't pay really close attention, you might be hoaxed or tricked or believe that he had actually been interrogated 50 times by law enforcement. But that's not the testimony in this case. He was questioned by a forensic interviewer at the Child Advocacy Center 2 times. Everything else was therapy sessions with his doctor, which we know nothing about. He wasn't interrogated. Let's not forget that this entire story about moving the coffee table over to the door, that's not something the investigators came up with. That's what the defendant said happened. That the table was moved over to the door, that Alex got on the table, that Joe Clyde got on the table, unlocked the padlock, and you know the rest of it, put the key back on the nail, hid the lock in the box, moved the table back. Well, let's talk about this. Would any 5-year-old have the competency and foresight to return the table back to the center of the living room to conceal that they had escaped the house? I don't think so. I think that's planning to conceal your escape. If you're going to put the key back on the nail and then move the table back to the center of the room, I don't think any 5-year-old can do that. Well, we know Joe Clyde can't. I mean, it's global developmental delay. He's not the normal 5-year-old. He is struggling as a 5-year-old. He can't do a lot of things that other 5-year-olds can do. But he definitely doesn't have the mental forethought to be able to say, okay, if I want to get out of this house without my parents knowing it, I'm going to move this table back over here where they don't know that I've escaped when they wake up in the morning. I didn't do that. But that's the story of the defendant. It's a hoax. A hoax. They called 911 knowing that it was a hoax. And just to be clear, in order for you to believe that hoax, they wanted to set it up that way. The defendant says in his statement, I put the lock in the box. He's saying, I put the key back on the mantle, and I put the lock in the toy box. That's what the defendant says. That's not coerced from him. That's his story. How would Joey Boyd or Agent Faulkner know to say to the defendant, or coerce him into saying he put the key back on the mantle, or put the lock back in the box? They wouldn't know to say that. That rings of truthfulness. Why? Because that's where the lock was found, and that's where the key was found. The shirt found in the washing machine, in the dryer. Go to the first slide. You've already seen this. This is Alex and Joe Clyde getting off the bus on April the 3rd. Now they're getting off the bus and into the driveway. Aunt Joyce is waiting for them. Not their parents, Aunt Joyce. Now, Aunt Joyce is waiting for them at the end of the driveway, walks them back up to the house. These kids play outside. Presumably they play outside and in the yard all the time. You heard no testimony that a dog ever hit anywhere in the house. But the defense wants to make you think, well, a dog didn't hit in the house or around the house, so nobody was killed. Because that's not actually the testimony you heard about dog handling. It's presumed that the scent of the folks that live in that house will be all around it. A dog will not be tracking on the house where the person lives. I mean, that's just common sense. Those kids walked right there, April 3rd. Joe Clyde's scent was being left going up the driveway, but the dog didn't hit on the driveway either. That's because they don't want you to understand how tracking dogs actually work. So because there was no hit in the yard, that means nothing. The scent of the resident is presumed to be there. It is there. They live there. So chip away, chip away, chip away. Next slide.
So it was padlocked. Okay. Now those doors, on which door was padlocked? The back when we came in.
That's April 4th, the Agent Canard. It was padlocked. He didn't say, oh, I don't know if it was padlocked. It was padlocked. Now, is this a coerced statement as well? Is this a false confession? No. This is the defendant saying, hey, we padlocked this door. And you know what? The evidence has shown that Joe Clyde previously did leave that house. But that's why they started putting the padlock up, so he couldn't get out. And you heard testimony that since they had begun using the padlock on that door, Joe Clyde had never gotten out again. You also heard testimony that he never got out at night. He never left that house at night. Except on this occasion. And isn't it also odd that on this occasion it was raining, thundering, and lightning, and he wanted to go out at night on this night? No. Because you've already heard testimony from Jessica Donnerstag and the defendant. He didn't like loud noises, and he did not like to play in the rain. Did not. So he's going to go to this great length of moving all this stuff around to go outside in a thunderstorm and rainstorm? No. No.
Does he like playing out in the rain? No.
No, he doesn't. But yet on a night when it's thundering and raining, a child, a 5-year-old with global developmental delay, who scores in the first percentile of his gross motor skills, elects to escape the house? No. And Mr. Mitchell is right. We need to exclude reasonable theories. The theory that he left this house that night is not reasonable because it didn't happen. He left that house in the arms of his own father after his father had slammed him into that coffee table. A noise so loud that it woke everyone in the house up. Everyone. Alex comes out of his bedroom and what does he see? Crouched on the other side of the living room, Noah and Aunt Joyce. How do you corroborate that? He's dead. He's dead. He's dead. That's what Noah says the next morning. As 2 independent eyewitnesses are filling out a missing person questionnaire. Think about that. The defense just told you in their closing because there's a house full of law enforcement telling everybody in the house that Joe is dead, which is why Noah asked, is he dead, is he dead, is he dead? That's untrue, factually untrue. The testimony from every witness that got up here said that TEMA and the Murray County Search and Rescue Team, Brent Morris, Chad Bailey, were there to fill out a missing person questionnaire. Not a dead person questionnaire. It's a missing person, a missing child. People were responding from all over Middle Tennessee to search for a missing child, not a dead child. Nobody had said that child was dead until Ann Joyce did. Not one law enforcement agent or person that took this stand testified they had told anybody in that house that baby Joe Clyde Daniels, was dead on that morning. That is an inference that the defense wants you to make because they want to explain away why Noah would say spontaneously, not coerced, spontaneously, he's dead, he's dead, he's dead, to be confirmed by Aunt Joyce, which puts him in her arms and says, yes, baby, he's dead. Don't buy the hoax that the defendant started spinning on April the 4th. That's the next slide.
We found the key, we found the lock. Oh, you did? Yeah. The lock was thrown into the toys. The key was on the mantle, oddly enough.
Oddly enough, the key was on the mantle. This isn't a coerced interview. This is Agent Kennard on the night of April 4th in the defendant's home, sitting next to him, asking him questions. He wasn't being forced or coerced. He's saying, oh, yeah, we found the lock. Right. Yeah, because you put it there. We later learned. Next slide.
Where did you put it? It was on the mantle. I put it on the mantle. Okay. Is it just sitting out open on the mantle? Yeah.
I put it on the mantle. Next slide.
I have a very second temper, so I've done it a couple times. Yeah. I regretted all of it. Sure. With Joe specifically? Yeah.
So that's April the 4th, with Agent Kennard. So move forward 2 days, and you've seen the video of the defendant. Why did I kill my son? Because he snapped. He went into a rage, and he killed his son.
Is it reasonable to think that he could get out of the house without anybody hearing anything? That door is right next to our room, so we can hear it. And normally when someone opens the door and closes the door, we can hear it, but...
Again, the defense says, well, exclude all reasonable theories. There you go, he just excluded it for you. That door is right next to their bedroom, and when somebody goes in and out of it, they can hear it. But they didn't hear anything because, why? The defendant was up. He's the one that went out the door with the dead child in his arms. We are excluding these theories because they're a hoax.
But I did check it before later in the evening.
Right, now this is a different interview. This is when he's riding with Detective McCarty and Detective Lovell. And again, he tells them, I did check the lot. I checked the lot. So we're doing two things simultaneously. We're showing you, one, that the defendant is lying when compared to his confessions. But two, we're also excluding the theory that the door was somehow unlocked and that the child escaped. We've crushed that theory that it was unlocked and he got out of the house. And unless it was unlocked and he got out of the house, then everything else that Mr. Mitchell told you about these possibilities is impossible. Kidnapping, car running over him, impossible. Because he couldn't get out of the house. The only way he could get out of the house that night they checked it. It had become habitual because they didn't want him to get out.
But and he slams doors. He did not slam that door.
When he goes out that door, he slams it. But he didn't slam that door and it didn't wake him up because it didn't happen. Because the only time Joe Clyde Daniels went out that door was in the arms of his father.
Does he ever get up in the night and wander around inside the house? Yes, he does. Yes, he does do that. And you guys hear him when he does that, or? Yeah, because we'll go for like pots and pans and play with him. I play with the canned goods.
You heard the testimony of Ms. Donnersfeld. With his global developmental delay, Joe Clyde could do some things, but a lot of things he couldn't do. But he was not, and I think I specifically asked her the question, is he stealthy? And she said no. He's not stealthy. He doesn't do anything quietly. And in the words of his father, yeah, he gets up in the middle of the night some, and we can hear him because he'll be playing with his toys or banging around pots and pans. But yet they want you to think that he pushed the table all the way across the living room, up to a door, through the toys, by the way, through the toys. I guess he picked all toys up. Climbs up, finds the key, unlocks the padlock, puts the key back on the mat, then pushes the table back to the center of the living room. Nope. Not reasonable.
So there's never been a time where y'all have forgotten to lock it or just left it open for just a little bit by mistake? I usually check to make sure it's locked. Did you check it last night? No, but she did.
And there you go. It's a double system there. I check it every night, but if I don't, she does. They're communicating with each other, at least that's the story they're telling. We check these locks, we check these locks, we check these locks.
So I don't know how. But I usually would have heard something because I was just slamming the door and I didn't hear that, so.
Again, a second separate interview altogether, and again, he says, Joe Clyde, he slams doors. This entire position they've adopted that he somehow got out of the house, it's baseless. It's absolutely baseless. He was killed by his father and taken out of the house.
Alex. Who is Alex? Alex is Crystal's son, my stepson. Okay. So.
Okay. I wrote this down, just so I could get Mr. Mitchell correct. He begins by saying that Agent Boyd knew certain information about Alex from the Child Advocacy Center interview, so he was confronting Joseph at this confession on April the 6th. But that's not correct. How do we know that's not correct? Because Agent Boyd was not at the Child Advocacy Center interview on April the 5th, the day before. So keep in mind, the defense is saying, okay, the TBI is injecting information into this interview, and he's creating a false confession from information provided by the TBI. Agent Boyd was not at the Child Advocacy Center. He didn't hear anything Alex had to say. Not only that, play that clip again.
Alex. Who is Alex? Alex is Crystal's son, my stepson. Okay. So.
Agent Boyd said, who is Alex? Agent Boyd doesn't even know who Alex is at this point in time. Who is Alex? So what they're trying to get you to believe is that Agent Boyd injected all this false information, and that's how he adopted a false confession. Agent Boyd wasn't at the Child Advocacy Center. He has no clue who Alex is or what Alex said. There you go. There was no false information injected into that. You can hear Agent Boyd in your own ears say, who is Alex? Next slide.
Alex is a witness, right? Yeah, I hear you. You saw everything.
Alex is a witness, and I agree with Mr. Mitchell. That's kind of posed as a question. And Agent Boyd says, yeah, I hear you. He doesn't say, yes, he's a witness, and he's ratted you out. He doesn't say that. He just says, yeah, I hear you. Play that again.
Alex is a witness, right? Yeah, I hear you. You saw everything.
He saw everything. He's fishing for information again. He already asked, who's phone left the house? He wants to know. He wants to know what Agent Boyd knows, so he can adopt a story to get out of trouble, to conceal, to keep them from finding the body. He saw everything, right? He's wanting to fish Agent Boyd. As Agent Boyd testifies, he said, there's always two sides to an interview. There's what I know and there's what the suspect knows. And we're always engaged in that, trying to figure out what the other one knows. That's the testimony of Agent Boyd. So in the beginning of this interview, the defendant is fishing to see what Agent Boyd knows. But as it comes out, we know that Alex actually is a witness. And remember, Alex hadn't ratted out the defendant. He didn't say anything at the Child Advocacy Center because his dad was standing right outside the room.
What would you tell Alex? That if he was telling anybody else, would beat him.
So what
That's
did
what
you
he
tell
said,
him?
isn't it?
See, that's what he said. Is if he told anybody I was going to beat him. That's what he said. He's asking Agent Boyd. That's what Alex said, right? Well, Agent Boyd wouldn't know because he doesn't know who Alex is. He's not had an encounter with him. Go ahead.
What did Alex do when he saw? What happened to
He was
Baby Joe?
He was just watching. He didn't do anything.
He was just watching. Does he know the baby Joe dead? Yeah. Alex does? Did he say that? No. Did you tell him? No. He just saw? Yeah. Did he say anything to you about it? No. Has he asked you where baby Joe is? No. You just told him if he told anybody about it, just beat him? Yeah.
How is that coerced? How is that coerced? Do you see anybody yelling or screaming? That Agent Boyd is just, what did Alex see? He saw everything. Alex did see everything. The defendant is admitting that Alex saw everything. Alex is a corroborating witness, who, by the way, was threatened by the defendant. Now, I didn't think we were going to have to address this again, but I put this slide in here because I had a hunch it might come up again. How many witnesses testified that that report from Gilliam Hollow Road was searched multiple times, but yet the defense has argued again today that nobody did anything on Gilliam Hollow Road? You've got the documents as an exhibit. 3 separate searches on Gilliam Hollow Road. But they're trying to say, oh, they didn't do anything. They didn't do enough. 3 times, and it was unfounded. They're saying these boots were stolen. Well, that was the second report from Gilliam Hollow Road. The first one came in that there was footprints in the barn. They went and checked. Detective McCarty, there were no children's footprints. There were goat prints. The caller wasn't happy. They called back. A pair of boots had been stolen. That time, they sent the captain over there with a crew and it searched. What they find? No evidence of a child being anywhere. None. Well, why is the defense trying to ingrain in you that law enforcement didn't do their job when we've proven over and over and over again that they did? And then the caller complained one more time. And when they first responded, she was asleep. Wasn't even home. But they still went and still searched again. There was 3 searches at Gilliam Hollow Road. 3. And, you know, the way the questions were asked and the inferences were drawn from the defense through some of the witnesses. Remember we were discussing logic and reasonableness? These reports from Gilliam Hollow, just think about how actually logical this is. They exclude each other. Because the lady at Gilliam Hollow said things happened 3 days in a row at her house, and all the way down here, 12 miles away in a different county, we're in Dickson County, all here. This is the Humphreys County line, right here. On the same day, a 4-year-old at this house sees something, somebody in pajamas and shoes. Well, those exclude each other because if somehow Joe Clyde had gotten out, he wasn't in 2 places at the same time. But nonetheless, law enforcement did go here. And you heard testimony of the reported investigation they did when they went there. Not only did a deputy go there, others did as well to search. Both of these places were searched. So why are they still arguing that law enforcement didn't do anything? I don't understand that. And you should be questioning that too. Why are they trying to convince you that law enforcement didn't do anything at either one?
Objection, Your Honor. The only thing we asked about was doing a dog search. We never said they didn't do anything. Only they didn't do a dog search.
Ladies and gentlemen, you will remember what the evidence was and the questions that were asked, because you are the determiners of the facts in this case, and so argument, but both sides get to argue what they believe the evidence showed. And I'm overruling the objection simply because of the fact that both sides are entitled to argue what they think the evidence has shown and the inferences that you can draw from it. But you are the sole judges of the facts in this case, and you are the ones who should remember what the evidence showed or did not show. Thank you.
And ladies and gentlemen, I'm arguing this because, as Mr. Mitchell said, the state, we're excluding these reasonable theories. It's not reasonable to believe that Joe Clyde Daniels was here and on the same day here. It's not only unreasonable, it's impossible. Impossible. It's unreasonable to think that Joe Clyde Daniels, at 5 years old, traveled northbound across Highway 70, a major traffic area in Dickson County, went to Gilliam Hollow Road, stole a pair of tennis shoes, snuck into the barn, camped out, moved a horse blanket, woke up, went back south. By the way, going south, crossing Highway 70 again, takes him directly into the command center where hundreds of people were gathered. Hundreds. So it's impossible and unreasonable to even suggest that that's what occurred here. Walking either one of these routes would take him right through the command center, all the way over here, where at this point he's changed his shoes again? No. No. He didn't go to Gilliam Hollow. He didn't go to Humphreys County because he was murdered by that man sitting at that table. But the defendant, started this hoax. He started it, he initiated it with that 911 call.
That boy is not as weak as people think. That boy is a strong boy.
That boy, ladies and gentlemen, is his 5-year-old son. His name is Joe Clyde Daniels. That boy is someone who the defendant should have been caring for, not hurting. The defendant to this day, let me back up. We don't know where Joe Clyde Daniels is because the defendant has concealed the location of that boy. Joe Clyde Daniels. We know the defendant questioned, leading up to his death, whether he was even the father. How do we know that? Because he was searching paternity, ways to test paternity without the mother knowing. You can see that on his Google search tab. That boy.
Hey, Joe, what is it that you're wanting? Hey, Joe, look at me, buddy. Look, I don't have an apple. I'm so sorry. Do you want me to bring you an apple on Thursday? Are you so mad at me because I don't have apples? Hey, be nice. I'm sorry. I really am sorry. Don't be so mad. We're gonna play a fun game instead, okay? You know you want an apple more than anything? Be nice, okay?
Joe Clyde wanted an apple. And I'm almost finished. And I am mindful of your time. But this is important. And this is our one opportunity. You can see the determination on his face and the disappointment when he asked for an apple. Man, this is a case that'll give you the black rings under your eyes, so bear with me. I ask you on day one, almost every one of you, how would you feel if you were at Walmart or water park or at home and you noticed that your child was missing? And then pretty much the unanimous answer was panic. I think that would be the normal feeling of any parent, panic. What we see from the defendant is not panic, but pretending. How do we know it's pretending? When he leaves his house, he drives to Love's on the morning of April 4th, all the way to Love's. He knows Joe Clyde didn't walk 9 miles to a truck stop. He knows that. This guy isn't panicking. He's calling National State Community College. But they want you to think they argued to. He was just searching for a son like any person would do. No, you all know, you know what panic is, and you know what it's like when you're wondering where your child is. And you ain't calling National State Community College, and you ain't downloading apps on your phone to get your transcripts in W-2. That's not panic. That's pretending, and lack of concern, and lack of emotion, and lack of panic. That's what the defendant did. When I asked Agent Burkhardt about the call to Nashville State, Mr. Locker cross-examined and said, well, he's got a right to earn a living for his family. Sure he does. But there were hundreds of volunteers that came to Dickson County on April the 4th and gave up that day's wages to actually search for Joe Clyde Daniels, to do a real search. Not just slowly driving down Garner's Creek, but to do a real search by land, by water, by road, by UTV. Real people, really invested. But he's calling Nashville State Community College because he's panicked for his son? I won't ever see another apple without thinking about Joe Clyde Daniels. He stomped his foot because he wanted an apple. Stomp your foot. Don't buy into a hoax The state has the burden of proof in this case, and as I told you in my opening statement, we will honor that. We've committed to proving beyond a reasonable doubt. But I also ask you to follow the law. And the law does not require us to produce the body of Joe Clyde Daniels to you. That's not the law. Please do not reward the defendant for his successful and continued concealment of this child's body.
All right, so now we have to imagine the deliberations, and I don't know offhand how long they deliberated. I'll look that up, but now we're going to watch the verdict being read, guys. Get your votes in. Here is the judge reading the verdict.
If you will have a seat. All right, I am advised that you have been able to reach a verdict. Is that correct? As foreman, would you stand and let me address, what I'd like to do is go through this verdict form with you, and starting with count one of the indictment as to the charge of first-degree murder. How does the jury find?
Not guilty, sir.
All right. In the lesser included offense of second-degree murder, how does the jury find?
Guilty, sir.
All right. Then as to count two of the indictment, as to the charge of first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony crime, how does the jury find?
Guilty, sir.
All right. As to count three of the indictment, as to the charge of aggravated child abuse, how does the jury find?
Guilty, sir.
As to count four of the indictment, of the charge of initiating a false report, how does the jury find?
Guilty, sir.
And as to count five of the indictment, tampering with evidence, how does the jury find?
Guilty, sir.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to each affirm that this is in fact your unanimous verdict. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, so the record reflects that the juries have all unanimously affirmed this is their verdict. As the 13th juror, this court affirms this jury's verdict as well. Ladies and gentlemen, I know this has been a tough 8, 9 days, whatever it's been, 10 days that you've been here with us. I can only tell you that on behalf of the entire Dickson County and the 23rd Judicial District, we thank you for your service. You've given it a lot of attention, a lot of effort, and taken it very seriously as your role as the jurors. So thank you for your assistance, and you may now exit the courtroom unless there's something. Is there anything that either side has before I discharge the jury?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Then, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. You may return to the jury room, and we'll make arrangements for your transportation. If you'll hand that to the bailiffs, they'll turn that in. So. All right, the jury has reached their verdict, and I have affirmed that verdict as the parties, as the lawyers know, that the count one and count two of the indictment would be merged based upon the jury's findings. We would need to set a sentencing hearing for the remaining counts, which would be 3 through 5. And the sentencing hearing date that I can propose would have to be in September at our any reason.
All right, so now we have 2 more quick videos, guys. This is an update. This is about the new trial. So this is 1 year ago in February of 2023. Here is the report on the new trial. This is 2 years after the sentencing.
Convicted of killing his 5-year-old son, Joe Clyde. Then a judge sentenced Joseph Daniels to life in prison.
But now, as News Channel 5's Nick Barris tells us, 2 years after that verdict, Daniels is asking for a new trial and taking his case to the appellate court.
Joseph Daniels' attorneys have now filed official notice with the
Damn,
state
Nick.
appellate court asking for a new trial. This comes 2 years after he was convicted of murdering his 5-year-old son, Joe Clyde.
Bye, Siobhan. Feel better.
First-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony crime. How does the jury find?
The verdict came down 2 years ago in Dickson County.
Guilty, sir.
Daniels is now serving 51 years in prison for the murder of his son, Joe Clyde. But his attorneys are now set to file an appeal addressing several issues, something they promised was coming after the verdict.
We had a lot of reversible errors in the trial, and so he's advised he wants to pursue an appeal.
First, the defense will argue the judge made a mistake allowing the jury to hear Daniels' confession.
Why did I kill my son? My son.
They say the confession was coerced, that Daniels recanted, and that there was no evidence to support his claim he killed Joe Clyde. That leads to a second big issue. The child's body has never been found. There's no physical evidence, blood or DNA, to even prove Joe Clyde is dead. But remember, prosecutors did call Joe Clyde's older sibling, who testified at trial. He witnessed Joseph beat his brother and carry him away.
The defendant started walking down the driveway?
Yes,
What had he done with Joe Clyde?
he had him in his arms.
That sibling testimony likely sealed Daniels' fate with the jury, but his attorneys on appeal are going to argue there are credibility issues both with that testimony and his confession. The appellate court will decide. Nick Barris, News Channel 5.
All right, and then we have one more update. This, I think, is 11 months ago. Wait, hold on.
Tonight, the question.
Yeah, 11 months ago. This is August 3rd of, actually, almost a year ago. August 3rd of 2023. Family renews efforts searching for answers.
Question remains, what exactly happened to little Joe Clyde Daniels? His father, Joseph, was convicted of killing him, but the body of the little boy who disappeared in 2018 has never been found. Joe Clyde would have turned 11 this week, and as News Channel 5's Nick Barris tells us, family members are still seeking answers.
Yes, there was a conviction. Joseph Daniels killed his son, Joe Clyde, in Dickson County in 2018. But there was no hard physical evidence in this case, and it does remain open for one simple reason. Joe Clyde's body has never been found.
As to the charge of first-degree murder and the perpetration of a felony crime, how does the jury find?
2 years ago, a jury convicted Joseph Daniels of killing his son.
Guilty, sir.
Daniels is now serving 51 years in prison, but to this day, Daniels' mother refuses to believe her son killed her grandson, Joe Clyde, because the child's remains have never been found.
I know they didn't find him because he's not dead.
April Collins maintains her son's confession, which he recanted, was coerced. Collins and other family members hold out hope that perhaps Joe Clyde was abducted and that he may somewhere still be alive. And if not, they simply want to locate the child's body so he can be given a proper burial. To that end, they recently have started a media campaign asking the public for tips or new leads.
Everywhere we can put it out. Everywhere whoever can do it, do it. I want it out there. I want him found. I want him home.
They have started posting flyers in public places and on social media sharing the hotline for the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation with a picture of Joe Clyde. He would have just turned 11. The family is still seeking answers.
I just want him back. I just want him home. I just want to know where he's at.
It is worth noting that investigators say they never found any evidence of a potential abduction. Still, in the absence of a body, the family says they will always have questions.
Another case of we don't know what we don't know. So frustrating. Thank you for walking through this case with me, though, guys. It really did shed some light on, TBI and their investigations, and we saw their agents testify to what they do. I don't know. I just wish that we had some answers in Sebastian's case. Hopefully soon, right? Just an update. Tomorrow is Friday Live. I have 2 lives scheduled. You're going to be portaled to the first one in the morning at 11 a.m. We're going to go over a couple case updates tomorrow. 11 a.m. we're going to be going over Stephen Stearns and the Madeline Soto case. And then at 3 o'clock, we're going to be going over Brian Koberger, Idaho 4 trial updates and documents, things like that. So let's run our credits, Myron. Actually, before we go, remember, it's the first of the month. And that means we've got to celebrate August birthdays. So everybody who has a birthday in August, this one's for you. And then we'll run our credits. Myron. Thank you, guys. I love you all. Thank you for your support, your viewership, and everything else. Moderators, thank you for being here. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Go, shorty. It's your birthday.
So much for watching. If you enjoyed this live stream or video, make sure to give it a thumbs up and hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on my latest content. Want to take it a step further?
Bring it all in.
And join our community clickers by becoming a Patreon or a YouTube member. You'll get exclusive access to our Discord server, special channel perks, and much more. Until then, I'll see you in the next one.
Click, 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 click. It's real easy, man.
I don't give a damn. I don't really care about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. You talk way too much. I have heard enough about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. Damn, damn. I don't give a damn. Damn, damn. I don't give a damn. Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right. I don't give a damn. You wanna be with me. You wanna feel something real, but I'm feeling differently. You're making plans to get to friends, but don't wanna face the fact that I ain't got time, I ain't got time, I ain't got time for that. Staying up late, sleeping all day, dreaming about Cadillacs. Buying new shoes, hanging by the pool, sipping on Coke and Jack. Calling my phone when you feel alone, but I never call.
Thanks so much, Jennifer.
Jennifer loves horses. Bye, Jennifer.